Hello my friends, my name is James and welcome to this Next.js full course. Now I'm super excited to have this course live on the channel for two main reasons. Number one, Next.js is an absolute weapon for full stack development. It's what I currently build all of my platforms that I maintain, and there is no other front-end or back-end JavaScript framework out there, in my opinion, that currently matches Next.js. It is the complete package, so that's reason number one. And reason number two, for the longest time, I have wanted to have a project tutorial on the channel where we build out an application, a full stack application that is of the caliber needed to get you a job. It's projects just like this that got me hired when I was first looking for a job as a self-taught software developer. And hopefully the project can have the exact same effect for you. Now here's a quick demo of what we'll be building in this full stack Next.js course. The project is called Brutal, and the first thing we know is that it is deployed live to the internet, so you'll be able to share your project with the world, put it in your resume, send it with your family and friends. As for the project itself, what it essentially does is we allow a user to sign up, create an account, and then for every day of the year, they can track their mood, see how they were feeling, and keep a really cool record that has a gradient display. So here we can see the darker colors were better, the lighter colors were worse, and we can start to see any trends in our overall mood. Now the application is styled using TailwindCSS. For the front end, it is Next.js, so that's what we'll build the actual application with. And then for the authentication and database services, we will in fact be using Firebase to manage all of that information. It makes creating full stack applications really easy. It is also a multi-page application, so when we send someone to our URL, they're first brought to the landing page. The landing page gives people context about the application and encourages them to convert and sign up to use our application. It's all very secure and protected, so no one can get into the dashboard unless they have logged in with their unique account. So let's say someone decides they want to create an account, they can click the sign up button. That's going to redirect them to an authentication screen where we can handle a login or a registration service. In here, what I'm going to do is create a fake email address, james@test.com. I'm going to enter a password as if I was signing up for the first time. Here I'm going to register an account, and then it's going to take us through to the home dashboard. This is a secondary page that is authentication protected, which means that people can only see the dashboard if they are in fact logged in. From here we can see that we allow them to log out, handle their authentication state. We also gamify the platform by giving them some fun and interactive statistics. For example, how many days have they tracked? What is their average mood across these days? And how long do they have to submit the mood for each day? We also have a really nice calendar display, so it's got all the different months, and we can see that today is currently the 8th, and what I can do is I can submit my mood for today. So let's say I'm in a good mood, I can submit good. I can obviously adjust that, and over a long period of time, you can see how we build up this different gradient that we saw on the home page, which I can actually access from that navigation. So eventually a user can build up this gradient right here. And also, cool to know is that if we are already logged in, the call to actions adjust. So when we register a user has an authenticated state, we can just encourage them to go immediately to the dashboard. Also important to mention is that the application is extremely responsive. What this means is that the layouts adjust to look good on any device screen. Here we can see that the button layout adjusts for a mobile device, with the calendar still looks excellent. All the stats adjust, and likewise if we come to the hero section on the landing page, that looks good too. So nothing overflows the page and it looks good on any device width. So on the whole, the project itself is relatively simple, but it's a really cool and unique idea, and the infrastructure that we developed to actually flesh out and implement this project is absolutely wicked. You could take this and add all sorts of features to it. You could monetize it, start to get some paying subscribers by building in future features. And the design itself is just super clean thanks to TailwindCSS. It's totally secure, and it will absolutely knock the socks off any prospective employers that you show it to. Now, as we progress throughout this Next.js full course, I'm going to walk you through every step of the way. So it should be super easy to follow along. We're not going to rush. We're going to take it step by step so that you understand everything you need to know to build out your own absolutely wicked applications with Next.js. But in saying that, there are a few things that you should be comfortable with before jumping into this tutorial, specifically around HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and a tiny bit of reactjs. Now, if you're not feeling so hot flash on those topics, there are free courses available in the description down below to brush up on that material. It shouldn't be too important. I'm going to explain everything that we do throughout this tutorial, so even if you have no prior experience with Next.js, you should be able to follow along, and at the end you will understand every step that we have taken and have the knowledge that you need to go out and build your own absolutely amazing Next.js full stack applications. Should you get stuck at any point along the tutorial, there are resources available to help you out. First and foremost is the GitHub code. My repo is available to you on GitHub. It's linked in the description down below. And inside, you will find all of my completed code so that you can compare yours to mine at any point. If you're feeling generous, if you could star the repo, I love that support. It super helps the channel. Furthermore, if you get stuck or have any questions, you can leave them as an issue on the GitHub repo, and either myself or someone else will come and assist you with whatever it is that you may be struggling with. Furthermore, there is a Discord community available for channel members, so if once again you want to support the channel and interact with me on a day-to-day basis, you can join that Discord. That's super cool. And last but not least, there is notes for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript available, linked in the description down below. So if you want to have a companion guide or some cheat sheet notes, you can check those out too. And with that all said, it's finally time to get started. I hope you enjoy the course. Thank you so much for sharing this journey with me. Don't forget to also smash the like and subscribe button so that I can continue to feed Doug a healthy diet. Now, for this full course, we need two things installed on our device to allow us to build out the application. The first is Visual Studio Code, which is a code editor, and the second is Node.js, which is a JavaScript runtime. And so if you already have them installed on your device, you're welcome to skip ahead to where we begin coding. The timestamps are in the description down below, and if not, let's get them both set up on our computer. So first and foremost is VS Code. We're going to come over to Google and look it up. This will also be linked in the description down below, and we're just going to select download. Now that's going to take us to a window where we can select to download Visual Studio Code for whatever operating system you are running. I'm running Mac and I have it installed for Mac on my device. You'll want to download the installation executable and install that on your device. And once complete, you should be able to open up and it will bring you to a window that looks a little bit like this. Now yours might be a different color. I have a theme installed. It's the free CodeCamp theme installed for my VS Code. And this is what the home screen looks like, and this is what we'll see when we start our tutorial after installing Node.js. Now to install Node.js on our device, I'm going to do the exact same thing. I'm going to Google Node.js download. That's going to come up on Google. This will once again be linked in the description down below. And once in the home page, we're going to select download, and we're going to click on the pre-built installer. And then what you can do is you can select the operating system once again that you're running. So Mac OS in this case, or Windows or Linux, and just hit download. And then once that's finished downloading on your device, you can just run it. And once Node.js is installed on your computer, the installation has finished running, we're going to go ahead and confirm that it is in fact installed on our computer by opening up a new terminal. Now to do that, you can type Control-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P, depending on whether or not you're on Windows or Mac, and we're going to select the toggle terminal option in that bar up the top. Once in here, what you can do, that's going to open up a terminal down the bottom. You can also open up a terminal from the file options. We're going to type node space -v, hit enter, and that will either give you a version if Node is successfully installed on your device, or it will give you some kind of error output that tells you that Node is unsuccessfully installed and you might have to try that again. If that's all up and running, then it's time to dive into the code. So the way that I like to initialize my TailwindCSS and Next.js projects is via the Tailwind documentation. This will also be linked in the description down below, and I'm just going to open that to the side of our application. Now with that open, all we're going to do is come through and copy all of these instruction steps to initialize our project. Now just before we actually run these commands in our terminal, currently I'm not in the correct directory, so what we're going to do is use some terminal commands to navigate to the directory of our choosing. Now the command to change directories is cd, and then you just type the subdirectory that you want to enter. In this case, I can access my GitHub 2 folder, which is where I create all of my projects. Now, once you've used your terminal to navigate to your folder directory, we can go ahead and initialize our project. So what we're going to do is type npm space create -next-app at latest, just like that. And then I'm going to give it a name. The name for this project is going to be Brutal, just like that. You can give it a unique name, but that's the name that I'm choosing to name our application. With that done, I'm just going to go ahead and hit enter, and it's going to ask me to install the following packages. I'm going to type yes to continue, and then it's going to give me some configuration options. Would we like to use TypeScript? I'm going to say no, we'll stick with JavaScript. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes. TailwindCSS? Absolutely yes. And would we like the source directory? That's going to be no. Would you like the app router? That's going to be yes. And would you like an import alias? We're going to say, or to customize it, we're going to say no. Now what will happen is all of the dependencies for our project are going to be created, and we can now hit this open button, and we can navigate to the folder directory where we've created our new project. Here we can see there's a whole lot of stuff inside, and I'm just going to select open to open a new instance of VS Code. Alright, so we've now installed our project and we've got it open, and we know that we're in the correct folder directory because we can see the folder name at the top of our Explorer panel up here. Now before we dive into the code, we're just going to take a second to understand what we're actually looking at, because there's a whole lot of files that have been thrown in here. Now we're going to go from least important to most important, where the least important is the JS config. The next config, both of those two files are just configuration files for our Next.js project. We will not be touching them. After that, we have the Tailwind config and this post CSS config. Both of those just configure Tailwind within our project. Once again, we're not going to be touching them, but they're essential to have so that Tailwind CSS does in fact work within our project. After that, we have the package-lock.json. Once again, not going to be touching this one. It just locks a whole lot of information about the node packages that we install in our project. After that, we have the readme.md. That's just a markdown file with some random information. In this case, instructions about how to boot up our Next.js project inside them. Although at the same time, you could very well go and fill this out with your own custom project information, write a nice GitHub README, and that could be displayed on your GitHub. And right here, it says getting started, run these commands, npm run dev. That's how we're going to boot up our project in a minute. And that is contained within the package.json. Now this is at its core a Node.js JavaScript project, and so we have some Node scripts, and they are contained within this package.json. So right here we can see the dev script, which runs the command next dev. That's how we'll boot up our project, and we'll see how that works in a second. And we also manage all of our project dependencies. So here we can see that Next.js at its core is dependent on the React project ecosystem. And we also have some developer dependencies, which include the Tailwind CSS configuration stuff. Now, all of the packages we rely on to build out this project are installed within the Node modules folder. So there's a lot of stuff in here. We're not going to touch that folder. That's off limits. We also have this git ignore file. This ensures that when we go to upload our project to GitHub or GitLab or any alternative code versioning platform, that we will only commit and upload the essential files. This is important for file security. For example, if we have any private keys, we don't want them uploaded for the internet to see. And the reason we're going to upload our code is because it's important for when we eventually go to deploy the code, that we can deploy it directly from GitHub, and that ensures that when we make any changes in future, that we have a deployment pipeline that will automatically redeploy the changes that we commit or push or upload to GitHub. So that'll be super exciting. And this file just ensures that anything we don't want contributed to the internet stays on our local device. And that's pretty much all of these config files. That's a lot of information to take in, but we'll just see how they work as they come up. Now, next up, we have the public directory. Inside here, or inside this folder, we're going to save any static assets we have for our project. So that's things like images. The images are an asset for our project, so we'll save them in the public directory. We could also do that for font families, but we have a better system built into Next.js that we'll use instead. And then last, but very much not least, we have the app directory. Now this is where most of the magic is going to happen, and in here we have a couple of files. We have the global CSS, that's configured for Tailwind in addition to some other stuff at the moment. We'll probably go ahead and clean it out momentarily. We also have the fav icon, or however you pronounce that. That's the little icon that comes up right here. This is the font. This is the Tailwind CSS fav icon. We won't touch that for now. We also have these two files right here. We have the layout.js and the page.js. Now both of these files are extremely important JavaScript files that you could almost think about as React components. Now these are two reserved keyword file names, so we can only have one page.js per directory. We'll understand how all of this works shortly, and we will be spending a lot of time in these files, so we'll get to know them better very shortly. Now, in addition to this app directory, we need a secondary folder, so I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder, and this one's going to be called Components. Now, we'll also be spending a lot of time inside of the Components directory. Now, if you're unfamiliar with reactjs, at its very core, it's all about reusable logic, and that comes down to components, where components contain groups of logic that are related to one another, and they're also reusable, which prevents us from rewriting code numerous times. We can write code once and use it numerous times, and that just helps to keep a very clean project directory. It makes it very efficient to create dynamic web applications for the internet, especially when they get super large. So whenever we create a button, for example, if we're going to be using that button design, that button layout, that button functionality, a lot of times we can go ahead and write a component for it once and reuse it throughout our project numerous times. Now, as we continue throughout this course, we'll come to understand more and more when it's appropriate to create components, how they all work, and that will all become clear. So now what I'm going to do, since we've got this project here, is just boot it up and see what we're currently working with. To do that, I'm going to need another terminal instance, and the way that we did that before is using the file option system, going to the new terminal selector, or using Control-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P, whether or not you're on Mac or Linux, and toggling the terminal. Typing toggle terminal will come up with that option right there. That's going to open up a terminal. We can see that we're already inside the appropriate file directory. And to run our Next.js project, we just write npm, that invokes our node package manager, and we use the run command, and that's going to allow us to run a script. And we're specifically going to run the developer script, which, if you recall, is this one right here. So I'm going to hit enter on that, and that's going to boot up our project. Typically it'll be on localhost port 3000. In my case, I already have something on that port, so it's going to be localhost 3001. Whichever one it says you're using, you just want to copy that local link, and we can go ahead and paste it into our browser window. Whoops, we shouldn't have that. Let's type that instead. Hit enter, and that has booted up our project. Now here we can see we have the boilerplate code showing up on the screen. So essentially what happens is when we create our Next.js project, Next.js, the boilerplate template that you download, has some, pre-designed stuff that comes up here. So it just is some extra information that allows you to get started with Next.js. We'll be clearing all of this out so that we have a blank template to work with. But it's just kind of interesting. If you wanted some further information, you could access it from here. It actually tells us what we need to do to get started. The first thing we need to do is edit the app/page.js. Now this is a good time to introduce the first major concept inside of Next.js, which is routing. Next.js is brilliant for building multi-page applications, where a multi-page application basically just has a bunch of different pages. So right now, we could say that we're at the / directory, which is essentially just the home route. So if I just type slash here and have nothing, that's our home directory, that's where we currently are. What we could also do is want to go to the admin page. That could be potentially our home page, and we just type slash admin, and that would theoretically take us to our admin page if it existed. Currently it's returned a 404 error, which means that that page does not currently exist. Now obviously I said Next.js makes pages, having different pages, extremely easy. And we're actually going to need an admin page, or we could better yet call it a dashboard. So let's say we have a slash dashboard route with the default home route. If we come back to the home route, this is going to be our landing page that converts people. And then when they sign up and log in, we'll take them to the dashboard route. That's how our project is going to work. And if we wanted to add that, where currently it doesn't exist in Next.js, we just use the app directory. And we can create a new route or subdirectory by adding a new folder and just giving it that name. So now we have the dashboard, and the dashboard is within the app directory. Now if I reload that, that still doesn't bring up the page. And this is where the page.js, the reserved file with that name, is special. We can only have one of these per subdirectory. And so within the dashboard, I'm going to create a new file, and that's going to be called page.js. Now if we reload that, something has actually happened. The default export is not a React component in the page. So what we have to do is export a default function called dashboard page. Whenever we have a page kind of component, that's how I typically like to name them, is it's the name of the subdirectory plus page at the end. Then we provide space for arguments, open that up into a function, and in here all we do is return some JSX. And this is a React functional component. So it's just a function that returns some HTML that we can write JavaScript in, which is why it's known as JSX. And now if we save that, let's say I just have some random text in here, I have just like that added a new subdirectory at the dashboard route. So it's literally that easy. And all this file route is doing is it's looking for the page.js within that dashboard. Now I could have lots of different folders at the same level, and we will likely have more later. And there's a few other reserved file names that we'll touch on shortly, such as creating a 404 page or creating an error page. What happens when an error shows up, having something that we can fall back on. And once again, if I wanted to create further subdirectories or subroutes in here, all I would do is create another file or folder within here, create that name, add the page.js for that folder directory, and it's literally that simple. For now, that will be satisfactory. We needed this dashboard page because we have to have a page for people to go to, and we need this home route page, which is where, if we come into it, we can see all of that default code, that boilerplate code. It's all written in here. Now, while we're talking about the reserved file names, I may as well touch on the layout.js. This file is very important because it basically wraps the page and any sub pages. So in here, for example, I could add my header and footer components, and they would wrap this route and any sub routes, and we'll see how that works shortly. And this basically takes a hierarchical approach where this layout wraps this page and any subsequent pages unless there is a secondary layout specified within the subdirectory, at which case that would take precedence. But once again, that's a whole lot of information, and we will cross that bridge when we get to it. So the first thing I'm going to do is actually just clear out everything inside of this app. So if I remove all of that information right here, we can see that we just have a second React functional component. And all I'm going to do is update that to follow the same naming convention for these page files. And that's going to be the home page. Now inside here we have the main HTML tag, and that is appropriate. All of our main content will in fact go in here. And if I reload that page, we can see deleting all that information has removed it. Now the first thing we're going to do in the project is just configure some stuff, get our hands a bit dirty with Next.js and and just get a general overview of what's actually going on, and then we'll start really filling out the content a bit later. So with that done, I'm actually going to come into the globals.css, and I'm going to clear out everything except these directives up the top. So we should only have 3 lines within our Tailwind CSS. So that's the first thing we're going to do, and that's going to leave our project completely blank slate. The second thing I'm going to do is come into the layout.js at the top level app directory. Now this has some important metadata about our page, where the metadata doesn't actually have any visual representation except up here. It more describes the web page. So the first thing I'm going to change is the title, and this is going to be called Brutal. That's the name of our app. And then I'm going to add a description of our app to this metadata object right here. And we're just going to say, track your daily mood every day of the year. It's kind of what it does. Doesn't actually need a comma right there. And any page or layout where we export this const metadata inside of the app directory will adjust the metadata for that subroute. So for example, I could include this within the page right here. Let's come to the top, enter that down onto a new line and paste that in. I'm going to remove the description, but I'm going to change the title so that it's Brutal. And then I'm going to come over to Google and look up the multiplication dot. You could equally just copy this from the GitHub. I've copied that little dot right there. And now I'm going to paste it after Brutal. And then I'm going to have the word dashboard. And what that's going to do is now in my home route, the title has been updated to Brutal. But if I come to the dashboard, we can see that now the title has been updated to the Brutal, which is the home page. And then we also have the sub route included. So we can see that exporting this const metadata inside of the page or the layout at that particular subdirectory updates the title metadata for that page. So that's pretty cool. The next thing I'm going to do is come into the layout.js once again. Inside here, we export default the root layout, and that has the children. Now, in general, how layouts work in reactjs or nextjs is they wrap the application. In this case, the layout wraps the page. So anything returned from this component becomes children to the wrapper or the parent container. In this case, that's the layout. And here we can see that we actually destructure the children contents, and then we render it out using the curly braces inside of our HTML or our JSX. So any children contents, which is the main section within this, or the main tags, just gets rendered out inside of this layout. So if the main is in fact the children, then what we can do is on either side of it, create a header tag, and beneath it we can have the footer tags. And now if I write footer there, and I write header here, and then inside of the main, I'd write the words main, and save that. Now we can see that our document has the header, and then we have the main, and then we have the footer. And that's how the structure of web pages typically goes. So that's really cool. And even cooler than that, this will actually continue, if I change this to be dashboard, this layout, since I said it wraps this page and any subsequent pages that don't have their own layout, now in the dashboard, we can see that that layout still wraps the dashboard in addition to wrapping the home page. So basically, we can write the layout for our entire document or our entire project once and reuse it loads and loads. So that is super convenient. We don't have to add it to every single page, write it once and use it everywhere. Now we'll get to styling this very shortly. First, what we're going to do is come into the components and create some core components. So the first one we're going to create is called the main.js. Now when we create a component, they're a JavaScript file, or you can also have the JSX extension. I like doing just the JavaScript file. And the one important thing to note about components is that they need to have a capitalized file name. So in this case, main.js is capitalized. Now if I save that, inside here we just create another default React component. There is a sneaky secret to doing this efficiently. If you come down to the Extensions tab and look up React ES7 Plus package, this package right here, and install it, it will give you the ability to use the RFC command. How this works is if I come into the component and type in RFC, that's going to show up the IntelliSense for a React functional component, and I can slap enter on that. And that's going to give me all the code I need to create a React functional component for the main file name. Notice here the function or the functional component's name matches the component's name, matches the file name. So that's super convenient. And now this is actually going to be a secondary wrapper. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make sure that it receives the props. The props are the properties of the component. And then, as we did before in the layout, by default, we're going to destructure out the children from the props. And in here, we're going to render out the children contents. So we're basically creating a secondary wrapper. And this is going to be the main tags. So once again, to summarize what's just happened here is I've created a functional component called main that's going to emulate the behavior of the main tags, except now I can use it in lots of different places. And all it does is it receives properties, where props are the properties of the tag. One of the properties of the tag or the component is the children, what's contained within it. We can destructure out the children contents and then render it on the screen. So now what that gives me the ability to do is come into this home page, and I'm going to swap out these main tags for our reusable ones. Now we're going to have to import them. The VSCode IntelliSense is coming up with the auto import. I'm going to hit enter on that. That imports our reusable wrapper. The wrappers typically have the opening and closing tags, and now this main becomes the children, which is received inside of this main component as the props. The children is a property of the tag, and then we can render it out on the screen. And that allows us to write the styling for these main tags once, and once again reuse it in lots of different places. Now if I save that, nothing has changed on our screen, except now instead of just writing the main section in here, and then for every subsequent page, for example, this page right here is also going to need a set of main tags. Instead of having to write it out in here and before, that would duplicate code. I can just reuse our main component, making sure we import it up the top, and it's a done deal. So that's pretty cool, and that is the main component done. The next one we're going to create is a dashboard component. So that's going to be dashboard with a capital D .javascript as the file extension. And I'm going to use the RFC trick in here to render out the dashboard. And then I'm going to create one more, which is going to be called login.js. I'm going to RFC that. That's our third component. And now I'm going to save that. And actually, while we're here, we're going to create one more. It's going to be called hero.js. And then we're going to type the RFC component. And what these four components are going to do, the first one, our home page directory that has this main tag right here, is going to contain our hero component. This one's going to be self-closing, so it doesn't have any children and it doesn't need a closing tag. It can be self-closing with the / inside of the opening tag. We have to import that component. On our home screen, we're going to have the hero section beneath the header and the footer inside the layout. That's going to have all of our information that tells the user to convert. When they convert, it's going to take them to the dashboard. And what we're going to do, I'm going to define a variable in here that says is authenticated. And I'm going to set that equal to false for the minute. Now, obviously, this is not how the authentication is going to work, but to allow us to design and do some styling and build out our application before we've implemented the authentication, it's going to be extremely useful. And just underneath, what I'm going to do is define a variable. It's going to be called children. And in here, I'm going to set it equal to the dashboard. Now that's a component. We're going to have to import the dashboard component up the top from the component/dashboard. And now I can go ahead and render out the children inside of the curly braces between the main tag. So what that's going to do is when I come to the dashboard homepage, it's going to render out the dashboard. Now, one thing that's going to happen here is I'm actually going to change it. So by default, it renders the login package. If I type login, we can then import that component and render it out as the children inside of the main. So by default, it's going to render the login screen when we come over to the dashboard, because we don't want to show the dashboard to an unauthenticated user. And then what I'm going to do right here is say if I'm going to have an if clause, and I'm going to say if they are in fact authenticated, then I'm going to override the property of children and set it equal to dashboard. So what that's going to do is provide us all the authentication security we need. And one little thing I need to change is that the constant declaration won't work because we're reassigning a new value to it. And just like that, we have a secure system where we render out the dashboard. By default, we have the login screen. If we decide that they're authenticated, then we do in fact show them the dashboard. The dashboard is protected to only authenticated users, and essentially then whichever case is true, if it's just the login or if they are authenticated, then it's the dashboard. We then choose to render that out inside the component, and that ends up inside of our layout, which contains our header and our footer, and that's how it all works. So right now we're unauthenticated. The authentication status is set to false. If we change that to true, currently it's the login. If we change that to true, we would expect the dashboard to show, and now the dashboard shows. And once again, if we come back to the home page, that always shows the hero. So just like that, we've kind of set up all the files that we need to build out this project. Now from here, the way that we're going to build out this application is I like to create it, make it fully functional with fake data, no true authentication system. So that's all the designs or the components or the layouts or the pages. And then what we're going to do later is add in the authentication system, make sure that all the data is being managed appropriately and it's being persisted to the internet. So step one for us is going to be first build the layout that's going to wrap our entire application. Then we're going to start off designing the home page or the landing page. That's where we're going to convert users. And then we'll move across to the user dashboard, and that's where obviously once a user is logged in and authenticated, they can start tracking their mood on a daily basis. And the first component we are going to begin with is the header section. So just in here, inside of the layout, currently we have this little header right here. And what I'm actually going to do to make this a little bit tidier is I'm going to define a variable just up here called const header. Now what I'm going to do inside of there is create the opening and closing header tags, and then I'm going to do the exact same thing with the footer. Now this is like a lesser version of creating a new component. I'm just separating out the logic so that my project is very readable. So here we're going to define the footer, set it equal to the footer tags, like so. And now because they're both JavaScript variables, we can go ahead and render them out using the header inside of the curly parentheses, and that's going to render out that little header section, and then we're going to do the same with the footer. So that's all done. Absolutely brilliant. Now obviously that got rid of all the text because there is nothing in there. And the next thing I'm going to do is set some maximum width parameters. Now when I'm building applications specifically for the web, the first thing I like to do is make them mobile responsive. And that begins with the body section, giving it some maximum width criteria. So inside of Next.js, when we're using TailwindCSS in addition to other classes such as the font name class, right here, this element is setting the font family for our entire application to be inter. We can see that inside of Next.js right here, it imports this inter font, and then we can just use it as if it were a class name. We will be importing some custom fonts shortly. But what I'm going to do to write some Tailwind CSS styles in conjunction to this is I'm going to use the class name attribute of the tag, and that is equal to the curly braces. Now the curly braces are important because they allow me to basically add strings together and have a huge dynamic jumbo class. So what I'm going to do is add a string to the inter class name. I'm going to give it a space. It's important that it has a space at the end of the string, because when the strings concatenate, the styles need to be separated, space separated. And at the start right here, I'm going to add a few styles. The first one is going to be to set the width of the application to the full width, occupy the full width of the page. Then I'm going to give it a maximum width, max-width of a custom amount of 1,000 pixels. That's going to stop it from getting infinitely wide. And then the last one is going to be an MX of auto, where margin X of auto just automatically centers it when we hit that maximum width criteria. I'm also going to set the default text size to small until we hit the small breakpoint, and then I'm going to boost it up to the base text size. That way the text is a bit smaller on a mobile device size. Obviously this is just the default styles for everything. With certain elements we will override these styles. And lastly, I'm also going to give it a min height of screen. That way the application occupies the full height of the screen, a display of flex, and a flex direction of column. The reason I do these last three styles is because if I have a flexible container that takes up the full width of the screen, I can use the main section, give it a flex value of 1 to push the footer to the bottom. So currently in here we have the hero. Let's just add some text in here so that we can see what's going on. Currently all these elements are jammed up the top of the page. What I can do now, the main is in the middle. If I give the main a class of flex1, just like that, it's going to occupy all the space and push the footer to the bottom of the page, which just happens to be exactly where we want it. So that's pretty cool. Next up, what we're going to do is style the header. So for our header, if we come back in here, this is going to have a class. We're going to give it some padding of P4 until we hit the small screen, and then it's going to boost up to a padding of 8. We're also going to give it a display of flex, items center to align them centrally, and we're also going to say justify between. Pretty simple. Finally, we'll have a gap of 4, and that's all pretty straightforward. Inside of the header, what we're going to do is we're going to have an H1 tag, and that's going to have the title of our application, which is going to be brutal. Brutal because it's broody and moody and all that kind of good stuff. So with that done, we now want to add a font family to brutal. And the font family we're going to be using in our application is called Fugaz. So what we can do, just up here, I'm going to duplicate this line. So now we have 2 style lines, and instead of having inter, I'm going to look up Fugaz1, just like that. You can see that the auto import is coming up for the next/fonts from Google. That's just exactly the way that we want it. And I'm going to update the name, the variable name, to Fugaz, just like that. So now we've imported 2 fonts. We have an issue. For this particular font, we have to specify a weight after the subset. So we can just add a comma, include the weight variable or the weight key. That's an array, and we just have to specify the 400 font weight. With that done, now what I can do is I can select Fugaz. I can come down to the H1. I can give it a class, backspace on the strings, open it up as a dynamic JavaScript object. It's going to be a space, and here we're going to have the Tailwind styles. And I'm also going to, at the end, add on fugaz.className. Now, if I go ahead and save that, we can see that that font family has in fact been updated. I'm going to give it some classes in here. Specifically, it's going to be text base until we hit a small screen size where it's going to become text large. That's just going to make it slightly bigger. And the other thing I'm going to do is add some colors. Now, specifically for the text color, that's going to be a custom CSS style. So inside of my globals.css sheet, if I have a very specific or custom style that I want to create, I can just come into my global CSS, make it very easily. It's going to be called .textGradient. And in here, I'm going to give it a background that's going to be -webkit-linear-gradient. This is how we create linear gradient text colors. And it's going to be the circular parentheses and then a hex code color, which is 4338CA. From that, and it's going to go to a hex code, which is the #818CF8. Nice and easy. After that, we're going to add -webkit-background-clip, and that's going to be text. It's going to clip the text color, and then after that, we're going to have -webkit-text-fill-color, and that is going to be transparent. And now I can take this custom style, and what I can do is I can come into the layout where I have the header, and just as I would with the Tailwind CSS style, I can add in that custom CSS style right there. It's already imported to our entire application, ensuring I still have the space at the end. And now we can see that text color is updated to the gradient. So that's super cool. After the header, what we're going to do is have the hero section. Now what I like to do for hero sections, the hero is within the main. And for the main, I'm actually going to start off coming into the main.js. I'm going to continually make this a flex display. So I'm going to give it a display of flex and a flex direction of column. And that means that within the hero section, I can give this a class. Now the class here is going to be a padding in the vertical direction of 10 until we hit a small breakpoint, and then we're going to go to a 14. And then at a medium breakpoint, we'll go to a padding Y of 20. Now while I'm here, the other thing I want to do is just come into the main quickly and the footer. And if you look at the layout where we have the header, we added these padding values. I'm going to ensure that both the main and the footer have the same padding. So it's a padding of 4 on a small screen and a padding of 8 on a big screen. Likewise with this one right here, we're just going to throw that in. And that's just going to ensure that we don't hit the edge of the page. So if we come back now into the hero section, we have these vertical paddings. The first thing we're going to have is an h1 tag that specifies exactly what our application is meant to do. And this is going to start off with a span tag because we're going to have some custom text in here. And it's going to say brutal. You can give it a custom name if you want. That's just one I came up with. Helps you track your daily. Daily is going to also be colorful. So we're going to throw that in a span daily. And then after that, we're going to have mood, exclamation mark. And that's going to be our hero text on our page. Here you can see that vertical padding pushes it down a little bit. It gets gradually bigger and bigger. That actually looks pretty significant, so I might drop that down shortly. We'll see how we go. But the moral of the story is we have that text. We also need it to be the Fugaz font family, so I'm going to go ahead and copy the Fugaz font import from our layout.js and paste it where we need it inside of the hero section. We're going to need to ensure we import the actual font, so I'm just going to add that import line up the top. And then what I can do is for the h1, I can give it a class, set that equal to the object, add the empty string, plus on fugaz.className. That's going to ensure it is the correct font family, which is just the way that we want it to. Now inside of here, I'm going to boost this text size to the moon. It's going to be a text 5XL on a small screen, on a mobile screen. Small, it's going to jump up to a text 6 extra large. Medium, it's going to go to a text 7 extra large. So it's going to be pretty hefty right here. And the other thing I'm going to do is just ensure that it's text center style. That's going to center it in the middle of the page. So here we have our text. If I come over to the mobile device size, we can see that fits in perfectly. Obviously, it's fits in the middle of the screen. That's all we need. With that done, these paddings are definitely too significant, so I'll come fiddle with them in a second. But I'm just going to these span elements, give them both a class name of text gradient. And that's just going to change the color, or at least it should have, of those text elements. Text gradient, did I spell that correctly? Text gradient, let's copy that and paste it into the dashboard hero section. And now we can see that the text colors here of those main keywords are just a little bit punchier, which is super nice. One other thing I want to do, if we come back into the layout where we have the body, I'm also just going to set the default text color. Currently it's black, I think that's a bit dark. We're going to go for a slate 800, even a 700 to be honest. That's just going to make all the text color not as intense. We really don't want it to be super intense. That's not the look that we're going for. And maybe that's a little bit light. I might boost that to an 800. Perfect. So that's pretty cool. Underneath the text right here, the H1 text, we're then going to have an H3. Actually, that's just going to be a paragraph. Let's just have a paragraph. And this is going to say, create your mood record and see how you feel on, and then we're going to have a span, and that's going to say every day of the year. Actually, it's going to say every day of every year, which is pretty cool. Now, the reason we added this span element within the paragraph is so that we can once again give it a class and give it the style of font medium. And that's just going to make this text slightly bolder, which is going to look super nice. And this is going to also, the paragraph itself, we're going to boost that text size up. It's going to be a default text of large until we hit the small screen, then it's going to go to an extra large, and a medium screen it's going to bump up to a 2 extra large, and it's also going to be text centered. So that's pretty nifty. Here we have our text that's going to jump up size. Obviously we don't have any spacing between these elements for the minute, and I'm going to change these paddings up here. We're going to go padding Y of 4 until a small screen, and then we're going to go for a padding Y of, and I realize the reason it's too large is because we've already added on 8, so this is going to be actually still a 4 because we want it to add up to a total of about 16, and then the last one, the medium, is going to go for a padding Y of 12. So let's have a look at how that looks. That should look a bit better. So now with that changed, we can see that does in fact look way better. So here on a mobile screen, it's pretty well spaced down from the top. That's that vertical padding up there. We can see that green space, just normal. And then as we boost that up, this is the medium device width, is a slightly larger padding up there. And then as we get onto the bigger screen, we get a larger sequence of paddings, which is, you know, just helping to spread everything out nicely. I might just drop this down to a 10. Now, this div is also going to have a display of flex, a flex direction of column, so flex-col, and we're going to give it a gap of 4 until a small screen, then it's going to go to a gap of 8. And that will spread out these text elements right here. And the other thing I'm going to do, just to be super radical, is I'm actually going to come up to where we defined inter, and I'm going to swap it out for open sans. So I'm just going to change the import, change the instantiation, and change the variable name to open sans. And then when we have inter in the body right here, I can just swap that for an open sans, and that's going to update our font, snap the fingers, to an open sans font family. While we're here, just to really finesse this element, I'll also come into the font size just here, and I'm going to change the span to a font of semi-bold for the paragraph, just so that it really makes this last part stand out. And the other thing we're going to do on the paragraph is give it a maximum width. So we're going to set the default width to full. We're going to give it an MX auto so the element self-centers, and we're also going to give it a maximum width of, I think it's going to be around 700 pixels. What that will do is it should, that's probably too big to be fair. Currently this is 591. So I think we want to maybe make it 600 instead of 700. And if we zoom out, the effect of that is as we get to progressively bigger screens, the text just creates this like triangle. It's a nice triangle. You don't really want this text out widthing this text right here. Obviously that's a spelling mistake. Let's just fix that track. So that's the paragraph done. Underneath that, we're going to have our two buttons. These are going to be for sign up and login, which are pretty much going to do the same thing, but we don't need to give that away. And this is actually going to be a new component. So I'm going to create a button.js component and use our RFC trick to initialize that button. Now the button styles are pretty straightforward. And how it's going to work in here, from this React functional component, we're going to return a button, just like that. It's going to have some text, where the text is going to be passed into the button as a prop or a property. So we're going to receive the text, just how in other components we've received the children properties. Now it's going to be a text attribute. And what I'm going to do is tell the new component that it's to expect the props, and then we can go ahead and destructure out the text from the props. So we can say, you should be expecting some text, destructure it out of the properties of this component, and then render it out on the screen as it is JavaScript. I'm also going to go ahead and wrap the text inside of a paragraph, just because I think that's nice. And then once we've got it like that, what we're going to do is expect a second property, and this is going to determine whether or not we have the dark styled button. So for the button itself, we're going to give it a class name. Now the class name is going to be dynamic, which means that we're going to have a string, and then we're going to add on some extra styles depending on the value of dark. So for that, we're going to use the ternary operator, and we're going to say if dark is true, then add on this string, otherwise add on the light string. So in the case where it's dark, what we're going to have is we're going to have text white and a background of indigo 600, in addition to a border of indigo 600. In the case where it's light, it's just going to be a text color of indigo 600. And actually the border of indigo 600 is going to come out of the first one and go into the main string. And the reason it's going to go on the main string just like that is because the generic button style is going to contain a border, so we're going to add that in. It's going to be a solid border. And now we have a pretty border that's going to be the indigo 600 color. We're also going to give it a rounded full. That's going to give it completely curly edges, an overflow of hidden, and I'm going to update the border so it's a border 2 thickness. The last thing I want to do is add a duration of 200 for any transition elements, and I'm also going to give it a hover effect where we set the opacity to 60. So that is relatively straightforward, and now inside of this text element right here, this is also going to be dynamic, and we want to give this the fugaz style, so I'm going to go ahead and copy that, paste it in here, and then I'm very simply going to ensure that we import the fugaz instantiation, and then I can simply add it on and access the class name for the text. Now as for the text itself, this is going to have a padding x of 6 until a small screen when it's going to have a padding x of 10. It's going to have a white space of no wrap, which ensures any text does not break onto a second line. And it's going to have a padding y of 2 until the small screen where we're going to go up to a value of 3. And if we go ahead and save that, we have now defined our button, which we can use inside of the hero. To add that in the hero, I'm going to create a div and give it a class of grid, and grid cols 2. That's going to create 2 equivalent columns, and I'm going to give it a gap of 4 originally, and then we can have the button component. Now I'm going to go and import this button component that we have just recently created. Auto import up the top just there. We're going to add the text attribute because that's super important, and we're also going to specify whether or not it's dark. The first one is not dark. I'm going to duplicate that and make the second one dark. This, I don't have to specify whether or not it's true or false. If the property or the attribute is provided, then it will be recognized as a truthy Boolean value in the component itself, and the dark styles will be applied, and then we can add the text. The first one is going to say sign up. The second one is going to say login. And if I go ahead and save that, we now have 2 buttons showing up on our screen. Happy days. Now there's obviously a few things we have to do here. Obviously the text size of the buttons is currently too small, although I think if I zoom in it's probably not too bad just here. But most important of all, what I want to do is set this to a width of fit and an MX of auto, because that's going to bring it down to a central size where the buttons basically only take up as much space as they absolutely essentially need. So that's our homepage coming along. It's obviously nothing crazy. I'm quickly going to add in the footer just because it's pretty simple. We're going to need the fugaz style, so I'm going to go ahead and copy that. That's inside the layout. That actually already exists, which is pretty cool. Inside of the footer, we're going to have a paragraph. This is just going to say created with, and then we're going to have a little heart emoji because we're all cute like that. If I can get that to show up. There she is. Perfect. We've got the little heart emoji. And the other thing I'm going to do is just give this a class of the string plus the fugaz.className font family. And I'm also just going to set it to a text of indigo 600. That's going to change the color. Now, in addition to that, I'm going to give this a display of grid and place the items in the center. It's the easiest way to center a singular element. And now, bada boom, bada bing, that is bang, smack bang in the middle. Although the text color didn't work, and that's because I had an extra little fancy thing. Don't forget the space on the end of the string. So now I've saved that, and we now have a text color. It's possibly a bit dark, so maybe I would bring it down to a 400. Just because I don't want it to be super significant. Now, the next part is where stuff, I'm going to go for a 500. That's just too much of a change. Now, the next thing we're going to do is create a new component, and this is going to be the fancy schmancy calendar. That's going to be calendar.javascript, just like that. I'm going to use the RFC trick. And that should just about do it. So now we have a calendar component. Now the calendar is going to be interesting because if we have data, it's going to display the data. Otherwise, it's going to display some generic information. So if we now we've created the calendar that goes in the hero section underneath this div. So just here, I'm going to add in my beautiful calendar component, making sure that I import it up the top of the page. Now, admittedly, the calendar component is not necessarily the simplest of components. And so to be fair, for the minute, what I'm actually going to do is just leave it. We will come back to it and address it when we need it. The last thing I'm going to do before we move on to the dashboard is come back into the header quickly. And here I've set the justification to between. I'm going to add a div over the far side just here. And this is going to have a class of flex, item center, and justify between, and that's going to have some special information depending on what page we're in. So I'm just going to call this placeholder for the minute, and we'll come back to that later. Basically what it's going to be, just to be a bit more specific, is it's going to be a track or a call to action button or some stats, pretty simply. So that's our little placeholder. We've got our calendar not doing much, and it's created with love. So that's pretty good. Time to come through to the dashboard. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, the next thing we want to do inside of the dashboard is sort out the login screen if we are not authenticated. So to do that, we'll come into the dashboard component, specifically in the, or better said, in the dashboard page. This is where we have the logic. And in here, I'm going to set is authenticated to false, which means that the children is just going to be this login component here and not the dashboard. So that should hide the dashboard when the page reloads. So now we can see we have the login screen showing up. The login screen for this application is going to be relatively straightforward. Inside of the page, this is inside of the main. We've defined the main. The main is right here. What we're going to do is to come over to the login. First and foremost, we're going to center everything. So this is going to have a class of flex, flex col, and flex1. That's going to allow us to access every part of that main section. We're also going to say justify center and item center, and we'll give it a gap of 4. Once we've done that, we're going to provide an h3 element. This is going to say either login or register. So this is going to be a multi-purpose component. We're going to give it the ability to adjust between being a login and a register component. So that's going to be pretty cool. Now, with that done, we're going to need to import the Fugaz font family. So I'm going to copy that from the hero, paste it up the top, and as we always do, make sure it's auto imported from Next Fonts. And then we can select this bad boy right here, give it a class. That's going to be the object with the string. We're going to add on the font family dot the class name. That's going to make that look all pretty. H3, smack bang. That's going to update in a second, just like that. We're going to give it some text sizes. So it's going to be a text 4XL until a small screen, text 5XL, and then a medium of a text 6XL. So it's going to be pretty large. That's going to jump up in just a second. And then underneath that, we're going to have a paragraph. This is going to be cute. It's going to say, "You are one step away!" exclamation mark. Now notice, I have a red underline. Red underlines are not our friend, and that's because Next.js doesn't like it when you use the apostrophes. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over to Google and we're going to say apostrophe HTML code. Or you could check out the GitHub if you do. Star the repo, love that support. And what we're going to do is copy this entity number or this entity name and paste that in place of the apostrophe. So I know that looks weird. It's the ampersand #39, the semicolon. And that is going to be our little apostrophe right there. So that's cool. Done that. Then we're going to have some inputs. So here we're going to have one input. That's a self-closing tag. We're going to have a second input. And then we're going to have our magical button component. So that's a capitalized B. Ensure we import that from the button component. And that's going to have the text equal to, set as an attribute that says submit. Pretty straightforward. That's going to be our beautiful button that will show up momentarily. There's our pretty submit button. And inside of the submit button, what I'm going to do is say full. Now what full is going to do is it's going to be another property of the button. So I'm going to tell the button to expect the full property. And in here, if the full property exists, then what I'm going to do is add on some extra styles after the dark. So that's going to be a plus, then a circular parentheses where I have the full variable. In the case where it's not true, this one right here, we're going to have nothing because we don't need anything extra. In the case where it is true, we're going to give this bad boy a display of grid. We're going to place the items centrally, but most important, we're going to give it a width of full. Now, if I save that component and I save login, because that's where we added that variable, or better said, that attribute, that property, now the button occupies the full width. Notice the text color is incorrect. That must be a mistake inside of our actual button. Here we set the text to indigo 600. That should be working, but for some reason it's just not working. And I think the reason is because we forgot to add a space. So essentially, if we're going to be chaining all these things on, the classes need to be space separated. So at the start and end of pretty much everything, you just have to have spaces everywhere. So if I save that, now we have a massively wide button. It's obviously too wide. We don't want it to be that massive. So the trick is to come back to our login screen, and we're just going to wrap it inside of a div. Give that div a class of max width 400 pixels, for example, a custom amount, a width of full, and an MX of auto so that it's self-centering, and that will contain our button so that our button will now be reduced to that maximum width. You can see that it's only a 400 wide element. And the reason I'm doing that is because this is going to be, I might actually drop it down to a 350. Actually, I don't mind 400. This is going to be the width of all of these elements. So both of these inputs right here are going to have the class equal to width full max width of 400 pixels and an mx of auto. We're going to give them a padding x of 4, a padding y of 2 until the small screen where it's going to go up to a 3. And I think also a border solid, and a border of indigo 400. Let's try that. So that should give us some pretty inputs. While we're here, I'm also going to give them the placeholder attribute. This is going to say email, and this one is obviously going to have the placeholder of password. I might also give this a type of password as well. So now we have these inputs right here that emulate the buttons, and they don't get too big. Obviously the padding Y is a bit significant, but we'll make that pretty in a second. But now they're just maxed out at a width of 400, which gives us a nice centered login screen that is responsive. That's the most important thing. It's also responsive. It doesn't overflow the page width. So I'm going to come back in here and just also on both of these elements, after the indigo 400, I'm going to give them a rounded full. And that weird outline was literally just an outline, so we can give them the class of outline none, and that will make that gross style go away when we select the input. So now we don't get any weird selections. We've got that. I think that the padding X looks a bit odd, so what I'm going to do is drop it to a 3. I'm also going to give them a duration of 200, and on the hover, I'm going to give it a border of indigo 600, and likewise with the focus, that's going to have a border of indigo 600, where the focus is the focus state and the hover is obviously the hover state. So we know what input we are currently selecting. So now what that's going to look like is when I hover over this one, you can see it gets slightly darker, and that stays if I focus on it, and then it swaps to the password. And then obviously once you've entered your information, you can click submit, and it's all happy days. Now underneath that, we're going to need some text underneath this button right here. And this little paragraph is going to say don't, we need that apostrophe, remember, so we're going to copy that apostrophe key code, and it's going to say don't have an account, question mark, and then we're going to have a span, and that's going to say sign up. And this is going to have a class, the span, if I can do it, of text indigo 500. We should probably stay consistent and do 600. So what that's going to look like, I might also just throw in a class of text center in there. If we go ahead and save that, we now have this little text just down here that says don't have an account. And this is going to be a button that we can click that swaps us between the registration state and the login state. So that will be absolutely excellent. So now we have a nice little login and registration form. Currently, there's a few more things we'll need to add, but we'll come back and do them in good time. For example, allowing this button to be functional and obviously making the form work as you would expect. So since we have the login done, what I'm going to do is come back over to the dashboard here, and I'm going to set our is authenticated status to true. That way we show the dashboard, because it's time to start building out our dashboard. So obviously we have this text right here. That's not what we want. We're going to come over to our dashboard right here and make it look absolutely beautiful. So if we enter that down onto a new line, the first thing I'm going to do is give this a display of flex, a flex direction of column, and a flex value of 1, so that it occupies the full extent of the screen. Now at the top of the page, we're going to have a new div, and this one is going to have some statuses. So this is going to keep track of everything. It's going to have a countdown on how long of the day remains, in addition to having the current date. And the way that we're going to do it is by giving it a class of grid, and grid calls 1, so it's singular column until we hit that medium breakpoint. Actually, let's go for a small breakpoint, and then we're going to turn it into a grid cols 3, so that's a 3-column grid layout. Now in here, what I'm going to do is inside of the functional component, I'm going to define a variable called statuses. And this is only going to be temporary, just some fake data basically. And this is just going to be an object. Now we're going to have one key. This is going to be num_days. And that's going to have a value of 14 for the second. The next one is going to be time_remaining. And I'm just going to set that to a string that says 13 hours, 14 minutes, and 26 seconds. And then the last value is going to be the date. And this one is going to have a value of new date. We're going to instantiate the date constructor, and we are going to convert it to a date string. So now that I've saved that, what I can do is in here, I can map out basically every key in that object. And that way I only have to program the layout once. So what we do is we add some JavaScript, and we need to turn statuses into an array. And the way that we do that is by saying object.keys statuses. That's going to return an array of all the keys in the statuses object. And then we're going to map over it. Now the map function in JavaScript takes an arrow function where the input, which expects 2 arguments. The first one is going to be a status, and the second one is the status index. Then what we can do is we can return some extra JSX. In this case, I'm just going to return a further div. When you map out content like this, it's going to, for every element in that array, create this div. And we have to give them all a unique key. That's why I get the index, because the index is going to be unique for every element in the array. Inside here, what I can do is I can have a paragraph that is going to have some JavaScript inside of the curly braces with the status. Now that's going to be the key. And then underneath that, I can have a secondary paragraph that's going to access the object, and then the key is going to get the value associated with the key. So the key is status. So I'm accessing the status key, and I'm getting that from the object, which is going to return the value. So now if I go ahead and save that and refresh this page, we will see those 3 elements show up in what is currently a single column layout, but then when we hit the bigger breakpoint, the small breakpoint, it turns into a 3-column layout instead of a single column layout. So that's pretty cool. Now what I'm also going to do is do some text processing. So for the status, I want to replace all, and I want to get any underscores and replace them with a space character. I'm also going to give it a class. This is going to have a font of medium, and I'm going to turn it to uppercase. So that way it's all going to be uppercase characters. And this paragraph is going to have a class. We're going to set it to the curly parentheses so that we can do some JavaScript, and we're going to access the font, which if we come into the login screen, we can access Fugaz. I assume I'm pronouncing that correctly. We can paste it up the top. We can make sure that we import that font. So right there's the auto import. And now what I can do is I can copy Fugaz, and I can access the class name and append that to our Tailwind CSS styles. And that should set it to the appropriate color when the page reloads. So now we can see that has worked appropriately. What I'm also going to do is for this entire thing, I'm going to give it a background of indigo 50 and a text color. We're going to add a text color to this status up here. This is going to be, well, actually it's going to be for all of them, so we may as well add it up here. For the background of indigo 50, we're going to pair that with a text color of indigo 500, I think is going to be the way. And then for each of these elements, what I'm going to do is, it's a grid layout. We don't have any gaps, but I want to give all of them a padding of 4. So that's going to be to this element, the container of each of the items in the column. So I'm going to give it a padding of 4. That's just going to bump everything out. And for this one right here, I'm going to give it a text size of extra small until the small breakpoint. Then we're going to go to a text size of small. And for the actual value, I might bump that up to a text base. And then a small will go to a text large size. So if we go ahead and save that, we can see that that is updating nicely. We also want to increase the space available in here between the items. So what I'm going to do is first also make sure that I put some rounded edges on this thing. So I'm going to say rounded large. And for this div, I'm going to give it a class of flex column, and a gap of 1 until a small breakpoint, then we'll go for a gap of 2. So if I save that, that will just round those edges and spread those elements out a little bit. So that's looking pretty good for our dashboard. We can see it's nice and responsive. It just gives some information about what's going on. Underneath that, I'm actually going to give this a gap of 10 in here until we hit a small breakpoint. Then I might go to a gap of 14, and then on the medium, a gap of 20. And that way, underneath this first div that has the information, I can add an h4 tag. Now this is going to have some big old text, and it's going to be the fugaz style. So I'm going to give it a text 3XL, small text 4XL, medium text 5 extra large, as we've become accustomed to doing. Inside here, this is going to say, how do you feel? The feel is going to be inside of a span. So this is going to say feel, and then we're going to finish it with today. So that's going to be the question. Now we have to add a space at the end of this string so that we can convert it to the fugaz font style. And for this span, I'm going to give it a class of text gradient, because it's going to have that pretty color. So if I go ahead and save that, that's going to pop up on the screen. It's actually pretty small, so we could actually boost it up a little bit, I think. Let's just increase these to a 4, a 5, and a 6. And see how that looks like. And also make it text center, it has to be centered in the page. So that's a little bit bigger, probably still not quite big enough, and I think there's quite a lot of space in between the elements. So what I might do is drop the gap at the top. I might start it off with a 4, then make it an 8, and then make it a 12. So that's a pretty constant increment size. And I'm actually going to boost this up one more size. So that's going to be a 5, a 6, and a 7. So it's going to be pretty big, but it's, you know, a center point for our application. So that should be nice and large. Then underneath this, what we're going to need is a div. And this is going to have a class of grid cols 2 until we get to the medium breakpoint. Then we're going to go to a grid col 5 layout with a gap of 4. Now inside of this grid, what we're going to do is map out all the different buttons. So what I'm going to do up here is I'm going to define a second variable, and this is going to be called moods. And this is going to be an object where we're going to have a key over here. So the first one is just going to be, looks like a swear word because you're not in a good mood, and the associated value is going to be the emoji. So once again, if you want to see exactly what emojis I've used, you can check out the GitHub repo. Then what I'm going to do is use a comma, duplicate this 5 times, and add in emojis for each of them. So this one's going to be the tear smiley face, and the word is going to be sad. You can, you know, customize these moods as you think appropriate. The third one is going to be the blank face, and that one is going to have a value of existing. The fourth one is going to be good. So where's that smiley face? Just like that, and we can just have that as good. And the last one is going to be, why did that change? That's odd. I want it to stay that good emoji. Let me just, where is it there? Funny, that should be fine. The last emoji is going to be the heart eyes. So let's just toss that in. And these are all of our different moods, and the text for the last one is elated. It's a good word. Now for each of these, we want to create a button for each of them. So what we're going to do is we're going to once again use the curly braces, and we're going to map over every element in the array and return some JSX for each of them. And that's going to be created on the screen. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to once again, we need an array. So that's going to be object.keys, and we're going to get an array of all the different keys in the moods object. Then we're going to map over it, and we're going to access the mood and the mood index. And we're going to open up that arrow function and just return a button in this case. And that's going to have a class name and a key attribute, where the key is the unique index. Now inside here, we're going to have a paragraph, and that's going to contain the mood emoji. And then we're going to have a secondary paragraph, and that's going to have the text associated with that key inside of the moods object. So we can access that just like that. Now what we're going to do for the class name is make it dynamic. And if we're going to plus on, we're going to say if the mood index inside of the circular parentheses is equal to 4, so it's the last entry, then what we want to do, so we're going to check if that's true or not. If it's false, we're not going to do anything. If it's true, we're going to say col-span-2, and I think it's cols-span2, and that's going to ensure that when we have a 2-grid arrangement, we're going to have button, 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 and then one big button on the bottom. So if I save that, we should be able to see that show up. Here you can see how it works. So we've got our question, we've got our status. I'm going to boost that gap up again, but now that bottom button doesn't look to be behaving, to be honest. Let's just take a look. So here's the grid. That last button, okay, so it has to be col-span2, so it's not cols. Col-span2, let's save that. See, now that last button is going to take up that full amount. So I'm just going to come back to the gaps right here. This is going to go to a 10 and then to a 16. Well, actually, let's go 8, gap of 8. 8 to a 12 to a 16, that feels pretty reasonable. 8 to a 12 to a 16, that's just going to spread out this inner contents a little bit. What we could actually do is try to have these statuses in a 3-column layout. So we could actually remove this breakpoint right here and just have it grid cols 3. And what we could do instead is for each of these paragraphs, we can add a style called truncate. And that just means if they're going to overflow, what will happen is that we'll get that little punctuation mark, the triple period, sorry. So that just means that it's going to have that effect. And I think that looks pretty decent, to be honest. The only thing I might do is actually change the padding from inside the element. So I'm going to remove it here, add it to the parent container, and just give it a gap of 4 instead to match the padding. And that should improve the spacing of these elements. We should get a little bit more of each of them showing up, and I think that looks great. So now we've got our question, we've got our 5 buttons, now we just need to make them look pretty. So for the buttons, we're actually going to create a special style, and that's going to be inside of our globals.css. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a class called purple shadow, and this is going to have a box shadow of 3 pixels, 3 pixels. So that's a vertical and horizontal offset, 1 pixel spread, 1 pixel blur, and a color of lavender. Now what we're going to do is we're going to give this purple shadow a hover state, where when it's hovered, it's going to have a transform of translate, and we're going to translate the extent of the shadow. And what that's going to do is basically make the shadow go away, and then we're going to change the box shadow so that it has a 0 pixel offset and a 0 pixel offset, but we maintain the spread and the blur and the color. So now that we have this class, what we can do is come to our dashboard. You'll see how it works in a second. And where we have these buttons, I'm going to give each of them, those aren't the buttons. Let's come down to the buttons. Here are the buttons. Currently they have no padding, so let's give them a nice padding of 4. We'll give them a rounded large border. We'll give them the purple shadow class. We'll also give it a duration of 200, and we'll give it a background of indigo 50 until we hover, And then we'll go for a background of a custom lavender. I think that's how it's done. Let's save that and see if that works. So now we should see our buttons update. There are our 5 buttons, pretty cool. And what's going to happen now is you can see that the shadow goes away. However, the transition isn't working as it should. So let's just come back to the translate. Here we have 3 pixel, 3 pixel, 1 pixel, 1 pixel. And that's why we've got a translate X. When we pass in 2 values, it should just be the generic translate, not the translate X. So now what it looks like is it kind of looks like we're squashing each of these buttons. Now, because they're not sizing up, I'm going to change this from medium to small. That should be pretty appropriate. And the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to, the background color isn't changing. So I'm going to remove that and I'm going to give it a background of indigo 200. Let's try that. So now that color's updating. It's a little bit dark. So let's just drop it down to a 100. While we're in here, I'm going to give this element, the text, a class of empty string for the Tailwind classes plus the fugaz.className. That's going to change that. We'll also give it a color of text indigo 500 so that it matches the text above. And then for the mood, what we're going to do is give this a class of text 5 extra large, small text 6 extra large, and then a medium text 7 extra large so that it's huge. And for both of them in the parent element, we'll give them a text of center so that way they're centered in the element. Now that's obviously massive and it looks like it's the wrong way around. So what we need to do is actually move the mood down to this one and the value associated with the mood to the top one. So that was my oopsie. Now if we save that and that's updated, here we have our big old buttons. And for some reason it's not jumping up to a 5-column layout. And that's probably because here that should be grid cols 5. So now we can see that we move up to a 5-grid column, and this one needs to only span 1 column. So where we add the col span 2, on the small breakpoint, we'll turn that down to a col span 1. So that's the normal amount. And now we have our 5 buttons where for some reason we have a terrible looking circle right here. So let me just see if I can replace that emoji. There we go. That's updated. Now we have our buttons looking pretty cash money. Let's just see how it looks on the mobile screen. They're actually not too bad. I think they're 1 font size too big, so I'll just drop them down. We'll make that a 4, this one a 5, and the next one a 6, and that should be looking pretty good. And we'll also give the parent element a class of flex col, and a gap of, I think 2 is probably fairly appropriate. And that will just spread them out a little bit in addition to rounding the edges. So I might just boost up that rounded status to like a 2XL. And since they're not wanting to be in the center, I can just say items center, and that should center them. So now we have our nice little buttons. And you know what? I think I've actually changed my mind on the grid layout. What we're going to do instead is change it to a flex layout. And we're going to say items stretch and also a flex wrap. So let's just try that instead. And where we previously had the mood index, we're just going to remove that. And for every single one of them, we're going to give them a flex value of 1, just because I think that might be a slightly better display for us. Yeah, I think that looks nicer. And then if we come up onto a big screen, then they all stand out as they pretty much should. So I think that's definitely preferable. For the font size, that's looking pretty large. So what I might do is just drop it down I'll say a text extra small until the small breakpoint, then we'll go to a text small. And then on the medium breakpoint, we'll go to a text of base. So I think that'll just bring the text size down a smidgen, which will look a bit cleaner on a smaller device size. Currently, they are pushing that last element off. So what we can do to make it slightly better is where we have the padding X, I can just update that to a padding X of 5. That should push them over the edge until we have 2 on the next line, just like that. So I just made them each a little bit fatter so that on a mobile device size, they can't fit 4 in one row, basically. So these are our nice interactive buttons where every day we can come and select the mood that we are. Now after that, we're going to have our calendar. Let's zoom out a little bit. We're going to have our calendar down the bottom. So here's our calendar. Let's just go ahead and render it out right in here. And we can go ahead and start working on that calendar that currently doesn't look like a whole lot. Now this is a fairly complicated creation because the calendar needs to be very dynamic to the user's date, and it basically constructs itself differently depending on what the date is. So we need a few pieces of information. The first thing we're going to need is some pre-built data. So I'm actually going to copy this across because I've already done it. Once again, you can just copy this across from the GitHub. It's 3 lines of code, where the first one is an object that has the months, where the name of the month also has its kind of shortened version. So the key is the month and the value is the shortened version. Then we have a variable called now, which just gets the current date. And then we have a day list, which has all the different days of the week, starting off with Sunday. Now, once we have that data, which I'm actually going to move above the functional component because it's pretty static and we can just keep that up there. Let's just do that. So now that we've defined these variables up the top, the next thing we're going to do is just create some default data. And that's going to start off with the year, which is going to be equal to 2024. We're going to say month. Const month is equal to, and I'm just going to specify July. That's when I'm making this tutorial. It's nearly my birthday in 5 days. Then we're going to create another variable. This one's going to be called month now, and that's going to be a little bit complicated. So what we're going to do is we're going to specify new date, and in here we're going to pass in some information. So we're going to pass in the year, and then we're going to pass in object.keys. So we're creating an array from the keys inside of the months variable. Once we've got that, we're going to get the index of the current month. And then the last value is going to be 1. So that's going to access the current month for whatever day that we choose. And then what we're going to do is define a variable called the first day of month. Now this is all once again important to create a calendar that matches the current, for every month, it matches the columns correctly. So if the month starts on a Thursday, the calendar is going to begin at the Thursday and then have the complete rows afterwards. So if we get the first day of the month, we can access that, and that's equal to month now dot get day. So just to quickly summarize what we did in the line above, I appreciate this is a little bit confusing. As we progress, it will become clearer, but we're going to artificially construct a year because we're going to need to enable a user to switch between the different months, and we're going to need to be able to build a calendar based on what month they're in. So what this is going to do is it's going to get that month, and then it's going to create a new date object for that year, that specific month, and the first day of that month. And then what we're going to do is we're going to figure out exactly which day was the first day in that month. Was it a Wednesday? Was it a Thursday? And that's going to allow us to build the calendar. Once we have that, we can get the number of days in the month. So we can say const days in month, and that's equal to something similar. That's going to be a new date object where we pass in the year, object.keys, the month, once again, keys month, dot index of, and then we're going to get the month, but we're going to add 1 to it to get the next month, but then we're going to select the 0th day, so that's actually going to get the last day of the last month, the month just before. So that's going to tell us how many days are in the month, so we know if the first day was a Thursday, we know exactly how many months, and now we can go ahead and build out our calendar. So we can calculate the number of days we're going to be displaying. So that's const days to display is equal to the first day of the month plus the days in the month. And then we can also calculate the number of rows in our calendar by saying const num rows is equal to math.floor inside of some curly braces. Then we're going to access the days to display divided by the number of days in a week. And then to that, we're going to add days to display remainder 7. And if the value of remainder 7 is true, then we're going to return 1, otherwise 0. So essentially what this has done is it's just said, if we're starting on a Thursday, add on however many rows we need, and then check if there's any leftovers, in which case we're going to add on an extra row, or otherwise we won't. Now we need number of rows because we're going to create a grid. Now creating a grid is not the easiest thing, it's not the hardest thing. Basically we have a container div, and this is going to have a display of flex column, and an overflow of hidden, and a gap of 1. Now in here what we're going to do is we're going to construct an array, and it's going to be of length of the number of rows. So however many rows we have, we're going to create an array that has that many values. So we're going to create the array, and we're going to spread out array, and then we're going to pass in the number of rows, and then we're going to access the keys, and that's going to create an array of length num rows. And then what we can do is map over that, get the row index, and we can return a div, close the div, with a key equal to the row index. So what we've just done here is if we had 4 rows, we would have created these 4 rows in that column orientation. Now in here what we're going to do is we're going to map out a little square for every day in the row. So we're going to say daylist.map. We're going to once again get the day index, and then we're going to return a div, close the div, and that's going to have a key, a unique key, which is the day index. That's the unique key. So that's going to construct that, and in here we're going to have to give this some fancy schmancy styles. So basically what we're going to do is before we return the JSX, we can come into this space just in here and have some logic. So the first thing we're going to do is access the day index. We've actually already used this, so I'm going to change this to, let's change that to day of week index instead. And I might actually change this to day of week. I think that's a better variable name. So what we're going to do is create a variable called day index, and that's going to be equal to the row index inside of some circular parentheses times by 7 plus the day index, which is the day of week index. Then we're going to subtract the first day of the month minus 1. So that's going to calculate where the day currently is in our whole little fancy schmancy thing, because we need to be able to circle it basically. The next thing we're going to have to do is define a variable called let day display equal to the day of the index. If it's greater than the days in the month, then what we want to do is return false. Otherwise, what we want to do is return the row equal to 0 and the day of week index is less than the first day of the month. And if that's the case, then what we want to do is return false, otherwise true. Now, once again, this is some shocking logic, but what it just does is it figures out it's a Boolean value that determines whether or not, like if the first day of the month is on Thursday, then Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Sunday should all be blank. So this is just going to determine whether or not that should be blank. After that, we're almost done. We're going to say another variable called let is today equal to the day index, day of week index. Oh no, it's actually the day index. So we're going to check if the day index is equal to now.getDate. If that's the case, then it is currently today. After that, we're going to say if not day display, then we can just preemptively return a div with a class name of background white. So it's completely transparent. We still have to give it a key, which is going to be the day of week index. And we can just return that. That's a self-closing div. And then if it is a day to display, we can just return some random text. So currently it looks like we have an issue somewhere. Something's not happy. The array is not happy. Now, for some reason we have this bug right here. What I'm going to do is console.log the number of rows. And for the second, I'm actually just going to comment all of this code out. So let's try that. So now that's working, which means we should be able to inspect the number of rows value. Why is that not showing up? NumRows is right there. We're in the dashboard. We have the calendar. Let's just see if it's actually coming up on the screen. Let's type something in, ASD. That is coming up on the screen. Let's throw something in front here. So let's say num rows, just like that. We'll comma separate the value, and then I see, it's all happening in the server console. So here's the server console for Next.js. And that actually introduces us to an interesting concept, which is the difference between server components and client components. We'll touch on that shortly, but just for now, know that everything by default is a server component. So it consoles in the server. So currently we're getting nan, which is not a value. And that means that somewhere in our logic just here, we have an error. So let's just double check that. That's July, September. Let's just see if we can console these values right here. So we'll console.log month now. We'll console.log first day of the month, and we'll console.log days in the month. So let's save that. So it looks like all of them are working properly. The first day of the month is the first. So that means that in July 2024, the first day is number 1, which I think is a Monday. And then, so those are working. Let's have a look at days to display. So I'm just going to move this down. And I'll actually I'll actually get rid of it. Let's get rid of the whole thing. Let's say days to display. And it looks like that is also giving us a value. So the error must be in this line right here. Days to display is this value, which is currently, and I realize what the issue is. At this one right here, we need to add the .getDate parameter to it. So now numRows is 5, so that's calculating correctly, and we can uncomment all of this code right here. So that was pretty easy. Just missing some information, and now we no longer get an issue, which is excellent. I can get rid of this console.log because we don't want to just leave them lying around. And now we have a whole lot of days showing up. So if we return to this logic just here, we've got this ASD. What we're going to do is have a parent container, this one right here. We're going to give it a class. There's 7 days in a week. So what we're going to do is give it a class of grid-cols-7. So there's 7 columns, 1 for each day, and we're going to give them a gap of 1. And now we have this calendar effect where you can see the first day is on the Monday. So that's really nice. The second day is on the Tuesday. And if I change this month to September, for example, we'll see that now the first day is on the Sunday. So that's working really nicely. We have a calendar display, and obviously it's more or less responsive. So it's just going to adjust with the screen size. Now for this class, we're going to have some variable styles. So underneath days to display, what we're going to do is define a variable called color. Now, color is going to be complicated because there's a lot of different color options. So we're going to sort through all of them. And the other thing we're going to do is give the div itself some default classes. So the first one is going to be a text extra small until we get to the small breakpoint, and then we'll go up to a small. We'll give it a border. We'll make it a solid border. We'll give it a padding of 2, a display of flex. We'll align the items centrally. We'll give it a gap of 2 for the flex display. And we'll justify the content between, and we'll make it rounded large. Now this is going to be a dynamic border. So what I'm going to do is wrap this string inside of the curly JavaScript parentheses with a space at the end of it. And then I'm going to add on some extra stuff outside of the string. So we're going to go plus, and it's important for all of these conditional styles that you wrap them in the circular parentheses. Now in here we have a couple of options. The first one is we have to check if it is today. If it's today, we're going to have a particular border, and if it's not, we'll give it a different border. So if it is, it's going to be a border of indigo 400. And if it's not, it's going to be a border of indigo 100. So that's the first one. Then we're going to add on a second conditional style, and this is going to say color is equal to white, question mark. And then we'll have a style in here and a style in there. And if it's true, we're going to set the text color to indigo 400. So basically, if the background is white, the text is going to be indigo 400. Otherwise, the text color is going to be white. And then inside here, we're going to have a paragraph, and this is going to have the day index, which is going to be the day of the month. Now let's come up to the color just here. What we're going to need for this is some extra color gradients. So what I'm going to do is inside of our different directories right here, I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it utils. And utils basically contains all of the utility information that we need for this project. And in here, I'm going to create a new file, a new JavaScript file called gradients.javascript. Now this JavaScript file, I'm going to copy it from the GitHub. You're going to want to head over to the GitHub, you'll find it there, and you can just paste it in. And essentially, it's just got a whole lot of color gradients. So we've got one for indigo, green, blue, yellow, and pink. And what you could actually do is you could theme, obviously we've gone with a purple theme. You could choose any of these Tailwind themes and swap out the indigo for a green and use the green color gradient for all of your different days. So we're going to be sticking with the indigo one, but just know that you can pick and choose which gradient you feel like using for your project. Now we're going to export that from this file, so I'll save that and I can go ahead and close it. And now up the top, what I'm going to do is I'm going to import gradient. So I'm just going to type it, and it's going to, IntelliSense, pick up the import, and there's the import right there. And the other thing we're going to need is for our calendar to receive props. So that means that when we render out the calendar, we're going to give it some attributes, and the attributes are the properties. Now, one of the attributes we'll be giving the calendar is called demo. And essentially, if we pass in demo, which we can deconstruct from the props object so we can access demo, if demo exists, then we're going to use fake ratings. So I'm also going to go ahead and copy in the fake ratings. Now I'm going to copy these from the GitHub. You can once again find them. I'm going to create a new file inside of utils, and this is going to be called data.js. And in here, I'm going to pass in the base ratings. Now you'll want to, once again, copy this across and save it. And this is just the demo data where each of these is a day in the month, and then we have a corresponding mood value on a scale from 1 to 5. Now we'll also need to import the base rating for our demo data, so I'll just make sure that's imported up the top. And to be fair, what I might actually do is just create a third file called index.js in here. And I'm just going to copy both of these across from the data and the gradient. So I'm going to empty out those other two files and paste them in here. And I'm just going to have two exports from this file, which means that I can delete the gradients and delete the other one. And then the index is going to be the default file inside of the utils folder, which means that I can import them both, comma separate the import, remove this line right here, and I can just import them directly from utils like that. So that's pretty straightforward. Now, obviously our file is unhappy because we don't have some information down below. We haven't specified what color is, so that's not valid JavaScript. But the moral of the story is that when we're on the home page, we're going to pass in a prop called demo, which just says to use the demo data. And then when we render out the calendar inside of the dashboard, demo will be false, at which point we'll have legit data. And what that allows us to do is come down to this color definition. And in here, we're going to check if demo is true. If it is, then what we're going to do is render out gradients.indigo. So I'm going to go with the indigo color theme. And I'm going to go for the base rating at the day index. So that's going to be the first thing. If that's not true, then what we're going to check if is the day index inside of data, where data for the minute is going to be some fake data that's just going to be there until we have legit data. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy that across from the GitHub as well. So I'm going to paste this up the top. This is only relevant for the meantime while we don't have any legit data. And when I come down to the color, I'm going to see if the day index is inside of the data object. And if that's true, then we're going to render out a background color from our gradients.indigo of data at the day index. So let's just get that. And then if none of those are true, we'll just make it white. So that's our color. There's a couple of conditionals in here. So what I'm going to do is separate them all onto new lines. So actually I'll backspace that, and I'll put that onto a new line, and I'll put that onto a new line, and I'll put white onto a new line. So now we can really understand what's going on here. So if it's a demo thing, then we pick the color from the demos. Otherwise, if it's legit data, we pick it from the legit data. Otherwise, we just read in the white. So if I go ahead and save that, now our thing renders out, and here you can see that most of the styles are working. We have our cute little calendar. There's obviously an issue somewhere. Data, day index. The numbers are working. That's the last thing. So what we have to do now is because this is a dynamic style, it's calculated inside of JavaScript, what I'm going to do is set a style property. And that takes an object. So it's the JavaScript object, and it's basically an object in an object. And we're just going to set the background property equal to the color. And now we can see that we have, an example of what it would look like if we had actually filled out these properties. We can see that it's actually selecting the correct day. Today is the 11th of July. And we have our calendar. Now, obviously everything in here is currently feeling pretty cramped. So what I'm going to do is also just give the calendar a padding Y of 4 on a small screen, and then a padding Y of 6 on a small screen, and then a padding Y of 10 on a medium screen. So that should just spread it out a bit more. And now if I come back to the home page, this brutal should actually link us to the home page. So let's add that in quickly. If we come to the app and we go to the layout and find the H1, this H1 should be wrapped inside a link tag. Now in Next.js, we don't use anchor tags, we use link tags. So we can import the link from next link. Here it is here, it's an uppercase link. And basically what it does is it's just a way for Next.js to optimize the links in our application and render them out beforehand. And we just give it an href like we would with a normal anchor tag. Everything basically works the same. And now we have that link. So that's refreshing our page. And now if I click it, it's going to take us to the home dashboard. And here we have the calendar, where if we come into the hero section, what we can do is pass in the demo attribute. We don't need to set it to a value because that just means that it exists. And now we have all the demo information showing up. So that's what a demo month would look like. So that's super cool. And now if we come back, we can obviously interact with the dashboard right here. So that's looking really nice. We're just about, well, to be fair, we're pretty much finished with the user interface. So that's a core moment. Now what we can do is really start to wire everything up, implement our user authentication, and also add in things such as the data handling, the data storage, the data fetching to make our application complete, and also allow the user to actually log out and do some of those core authentication things. The other cool thing that I really like is obviously the calendar looks good on a mobile screen. So, you know, the mobile display is still very responsive. We've got some nice buttons and we can make everything look absolutely phenomenal. And yeah, I mean, I think that the landing page looks pretty good too. It's very self-explanatory as to what it does. It looks clean. We've got some nice spacing and it's super responsive. So with the design looking pretty decent, we can now get down to the fun part. So essentially what we're going to do first is we're going to hook everything up to Firebase. We're going to incorporate Firebase into our project. Once we have Firebase up and running, the second thing that we're going to do is obviously add the user authentication, and then after that we'll work on all of the data management and then just finalize the project, upload it to the internet, and it will all be deployed. So for this process, the first thing I'm going to do is create a file inside of our Explorer. Down the bottom, I'm going to go new file, and it's going to be called firebase.javascript. Now this is just going to be a blank file for the minute, and the second thing we're going to do is actually come over to Firebase. Now you can just use this with your Google account, and what we're going to do is when we come over to firebase.google.com, you should be able to look this up on Google, but it will also be linked in the description down below. We can click Go to Console, and that's going to allow us to create some projects. So once you're all signed up, we're going to hit Add a Project, and this one is going to be called Brutal. Pretty random, but that'll do the trick. Once we've created the project, we're not going to have any Google Analytics. Behind my face is the Create Project button. You will want to hit you'll want to hit that, and it's going to provision our project for us. Nice and slowly. Now that our project is ready, we can slap continue. It will take us to the hub for our project. And in here, we're going to need a few things. The first thing we'll do is we'll get started with the web. So you should have this little icon up here, add an app to get started. We're going to have a web app. We're just going to call it brutal-web. We'll register this app, and then what you'll get is the Firebase SDK. Now once this comes through for us, we're going to go ahead and follow these instructions. So we'll need to copy this line here, npm install Firebase. We're going to come back to our project, exit out of the terminal. You can use Control or Command C to kill your terminal, and then we're going to paste npm install Firebase. Now npm is the node package manager. That's why we have node installed on our project. And this package Firebase is going to be added to our package.json when I hit enter. So here it is installing our project. And now that that is all done, we can run the npm run dev command, boot up our project once again, and we can see that Firebase has now been added as a dependency to our project. Now inside of our firebase.javascript, what we're going to do, there's a whole lot of code here. Initialize with Firebase, and then copy this code that's beneath all here. This has secret keys in it. This is super important. There are secret keys in here that you cannot show anyone, and we will learn how to make these all extremely secure. So what you're going to do is you're going to copy this code and paste it into the firebase.js file. Now I've gone ahead and pasted that into my firebase.js file. You can see it's about 17 lines long. However, currently these keys that we have, you should have a whole lot of keys in there. They are very important keys. We're going to make them even more secure. And the way that we're going to do that is by adding environment variables to our project. So underneath, down at the bottom here, I'm going to make a new file. And this one's going to be called .env. Now this is going to contain all of our environment variables. And what I've done is just come back over to my firebase.js file, and I have replaced all of the keys. There used to be some keys here. There were strings. You should have that. All those private keys with basically some code that reads in the key from the environment variables file. Now, if you want to access this file to save yourself writing it out, once again, it's in the GitHub. You can just copy this file. You can just copy this file pretty much straight across. And once again, if you are in the GitHub, super appreciate it if you could start the repo. Love that support. And once we've done that, what we'll then have to do is configure the .env file. So the way that we configure the .env file is essentially on a whole lot of new lines. We just now add in these keys where it's API key that, for example, is corresponding to this value right here. And whatever used to be the value right here now gets set equal. You don't have the quotations around the string. We just set it equal to the value that used to be in this API key place. So now I've gone ahead and copied those keys in. I've made them all so, I've cut them off at the end, so obviously no one watching this tutorial can see my keys. I'm actually going to delete the project at the end, so if you do manage to hack my Firebase, all power to you. It shouldn't be there 10 steps ahead of you, but you kind of get the idea of what it should look like for the most part. And with that .env file complete, we can go ahead and close it. And now, once again, this firebase.js is going to read in those keys. Now, one other thing we have to do is if you go to the GitHub, you'll notice my .env file is not there. And that's because it stays on our local device. And the way that we ensure it does not get contributed to the GitHub is by adding this file name to the git ignore so that git ignores that file completely. So what we're going to do is just here where we have this local env, that's already there from when we first created our project. This file gets initialized. We're going to add the .env line, and now that file will be ignored with our secret keys. So with that all done, we can come back to the firebase.js. Now essentially how this works is the Firebase SDK initializes our Firebase app inside of our project. It sets up the configuration and it creates the app. However, we're actually not done yet. We're going to do two extra things in here. We're going to initialize our authentication and database. And that's pretty easy. We can just say export const auth is equal to get auth, which exists within the Firebase. We'll have to import it. So that's going to be import curly braces get auth from Firebase/auth. So that's pretty easy. And we'll have to import also the get Firestore. Now Firestore is a NoSQL database that is available through Firebase. So we can just import get Firestore from -Firebase/Firestore. Pretty straightforward. And now with those imported, we can pass in our configured app to each of them, and just once again make sure that we export const database is equal to get Firestore and pass in our app. And just like that, we have the configuration set up for our Firebase project. Now essentially whenever we use the authentication or database, we can just import these basically. We can just import them from this file in the relevant file and start using them, manipulating the database, running all of the authentication stuff. Now the other thing we'll need in our project at this point is a new folder, And this one is going to be called context. So we're going to create a new folder called context. Now inside of context, we're going to have a file. So a new file, and that is going to be called authcontext.javascript. Now this file is going to be a context that wraps our entire application. And the context is it's a React hook, where essentially what we can do is we can create this wrapper for our entire application, which means that we don't have to pass information between props and states and all that kind of stuff. We can just, in any component, access the context, which is the global data. So it's kind of like a global store of information for our application. Now there's quite a bit that goes into this file. For example, we have to create all of our different authentication methods, like our sign up, sign in, create user with email and password and all that kind of stuff. But the most interesting thing about this component is it's going to be the first client-side component that we create. So far we have created server components. That's the default, where essentially the way a server component works is Next.js builds the server component, the server page on the server side, and just sends it over to the browser and is rendered directly. So there's no browser side, so there's no client-side generation of information. It's like the page is just done, and that can be very efficient. It's great for search engine optimization. But the downside with a server rendered component is that since it's complete, once it gets to the client side, the client can't interact with it dynamically. So it can't be, interacted with. It can't, there's no buttons. You can't change the values and stuff like that because the page is finished. So if we want to have sections of code or bodies of code where we can have that level of interaction, then what we need to do is specify at the top that it's going to use the client, and then Next.js will not try to pre-build that page. Now, if we add this line up the top, we will be able to use all of React's state. If you're not familiar, state is basically how we create interactive variables with React that dictate how or what the information is that gets rendered on the screen within the JSX. So now that we have that up the top, we can now import a whole lot of React hooks, which also require a client component. So we can actually, we can just say import. We're going to have to import React. Then we'll comma separate it, and we'll import the use context hook. We'll import use state, and we'll import use effect, because we're going to need all of them for creating. We're going to import them from the React package. We're going to need all of them for creating this global authentication context that has all the user data and everything. Now there's also a bunch of other stuff we have to import. For example, a whole lot of stuff from Firebase, but we'll do that shortly. But the next thing we're going to do is define a variable called authContext. We're going to set that equal to react.createContext, and that just initializes the context. Now underneath our authContext, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to export a function called useAuth, and this is a custom hook. And the reason we do this is so that whenever we access, it basically just makes it 100,000 times easier to access the context state throughout our application. So what we do is we return use context, and we pass in the authentication context, and that's just going to give us access to the global state. So now whenever we're inside of a component, we don't have to import use context and then basically fetch the auth context. We can just use this use auth hook and get access to all of the information immediately. Now we'll see how this works shortly. We're just setting it up for the minute. Underneath that, this is where the magic starts to happen. We export another function called the auth provider, and that's going to take children. Now this is kind of like a component, and it receives properties where the children, it's a wrapper, it wraps our entire application. So obviously everything that it wraps is the children content. So we need to receive that as a property of this component. That way we can render it out on the screen. Obviously down the bottom, we're going to return some JSX. That's how React functional components work, except this is going to be slightly different. We're going to return a component called authContext.capitalize provider. Now in here we can render out our children, and what we can do is we can pass in a prop called value and set it equal to a variable called value, which I'm going to define right here. And this is going to be an object, and whatever is inside of our object is now going to be the globally accessible context state. So this is going to have our user information, this is going to have our user data, it's going to have all sorts of stuff, and that just gets passed down as the context as a property of the auth context that now is going to wrap our entire application. So with that done, now we can start defining some stateful variables, and these change, and whenever they change, we need them to basically re-render our screen so that the screen always reflects the data or states that we have. Now the first one is going to be a variable called current user, and then we're going to have the setter function, which is set current user. Now, this is very much React code, so if once again you're not familiar with React code, I'd recommend checking out the React course in the description down below. But basically, whenever you have a variable inside of React, if it's going to be interactive and the user's interaction with the page is going to affect the value, then you need to define the variable using useState, where the first element in the array is the variable name and the second element is a function to update the variable name. If the user is not interacting with a variable value, then you can just use a traditional variable, but in this case we're going to set it to useState, which we imported above. Then we use the circular parentheses to call the hook, and inside here we can pass in a default value which is going to be null because we don't originally have a user. After that we'll define a second variable, and that's going to be called user data object, and then it will have the setter function set user data object, and that's going to be equal to useState, and we'll set that to a default empty object. And then lastly we'll have one called loading and set loading, and that's going to be equal to useState, and we'll set that default to true because when we define our or initialize our app, when it gets rendered on the screen for the first time, we will be loading in the user data. Now underneath that we're going to have some, I'm just going to call these auth handlers. The first one is going to be a function called signup, because that's going to be important that our user is able to sign up, and that's going to receive an email and a password as arguments. Now in here, all we have to do is return a promise, and the promise is called create user with email and password, just like that. Now the reason I'm defining these authentication handlers in this auth context is because we need access to the auth, and we'll see what that is momentarily. But the moral of the story is that in here, this is going to receive the auth. Now the auth has to be imported, and we're going to import that from our Firebase file. So right here, I'm going to import the auth. I'm going to import the auth. So now that's imported, that's the first argument. This is a Firebase function. And then all we do, once we have the auth, that's going to determine the user, and then we just have the email and the password. And that's literally all you need to do to sign up a user with Firebase. Underneath that, we're going to have a second function called login. This is going to be very equivalent email and password. And then we're just going to return sign in with email and password. That will once again have to be imported from the Firebase/auth package. And likewise in here, we just pass in auth, email, and password. So that's super straightforward. The last thing we're going to do is just define a logout function. There are loads of different functions, for example, a reset password, all that good stuff. You could get your hands dirty with them, but we're just going to do the bare essentials. And so that's going to be logout. We don't need any inputs for this function, and all we're going to do in here is return sign out, which once again has to be imported, and that's just going to sign out of the auth. And when we do that, we'll also set the user data object back to the default, in addition to setting the current user back to the default. And the current user should actually have a value of null just in there. So that's pretty straightforward. we've got those functions up and running. Now the next thing we have to do inside of this auth context is use the use effect. Now if you're unfamiliar with use effect as a React hook, basically what it does is it tracks events. It's kind of like add event listener, and it takes two arguments. Here we have the first argument, that's an anonymous arrow function, and the second argument is an array. Now the arrow function is basically the code to be executed depending on whatever events we're tracking, and the array defines the events themselves. So if we have an empty array, that listens for the onMount event, which is whenever the information is rendered to the screen, the application is ready to go. Then we run this code, and that's only when this is empty. If we add some variables in here, it listens to whenever the value of the variable is adjusted, then this code gets re-executed. And what we're going to do in here is have a try and a catch block. When we catch, we always catch the error, and we're going to console.log error.message. Now currently, essentially how this use effect is going to work is when our application is ready, we're going to go to Firebase. If we're logged in, if we have a user, we want to go and fetch all of their data. And then we're going to set the data to our global context state, and then we'll be able to access that data, update that data from anywhere inside of our application. Now just above this use effect, what we're going to do is define a variable called unsubscribe. And that's going to be equal to a Firebase action called onAuthStateChanged, which will need to be imported up the top. And what this is going to do is it's going to create a listener in our application that listens for authentication state changes. So in here, what this is going to take as an argument, it's a function. It takes the auth, the user auth, and as a second argument, it takes an asynchronous arrow function. So here we can define async, and the arrow function has one input, which is user, and that's an arrow function, so we can open that up. And the try catch block actually goes inside here. Then at the very bottom of our use effect, we're going to return unsubscribe, and that's just going to ensure that we clean up our application when it's not necessary. Now inside of our try catch block, the first thing that's going to happen is when we get this authentication state change, we're going to set loading to true if by any means it's already false. And what we're also going to do is after the catch block, we're going to add a finally section that just sets the loading to false once again. Now underneath here, the first thing we're going to do is if we're logging in, this authentication state change is going to basically give us access to the user as the input. And so when we have the user, we can set our local context to be that user. And now anywhere inside of our application, we can access that user. What we're also going to do, if by any means the user does not exist, so we're going to say if not user, at this point we're going to return because we don't want to go any further. We don't have a user. So for example, if they're logging out, we would still trigger this auth state change to basically execute, but we don't have a user, so we don't want to try fetch any data. Now, if we do have a user, it's time that we fetch their data. So the first thing we're going to do is let's just create some comment steps here. We set the user to our local context state. After we've done that, now what we're going to do is if user exists, fetch data from Firestore database. Now the way that we fetch data in Firebase depends on the kind of application you have. We've created a web application, and so what we're going to do in here is start off by defining a document ref. And actually I lie, before we can even do any of this, we have to come back to our application brutal and actually provision Cloud Firestore and the authentication. So from your home screen, you should have this little selection window. And what we can just do, either over here, you can come to the products, but you should have authentication up here. We're just going to click on authentication. it's going to ask us to get started. We'll click get started. And what we're going to use is just email and password. We'll enable that. We don't want the email link. We're just going to go with the email and password. We don't want any of this other stuff, and we're just going to save this. Now, Firebase has a legit as free tier. So, you would have to have a serious user base before you started to incur any costs from their services. So this is all completely free. To be fair, you actually wouldn't randomly incur any costs because they would stop your account running. They would basically limit your authentications if you hit the limit. So they wouldn't actually just bill you, but chances you hit that limit are pretty low unless your application magically blows up, which it very well could. After we've provisioned the authentication, we're going to come back, and now we're going to do the same with the Cloud Firestore. So in here, what we're going to do once this loads is we will create the database. We don't have to change any of these settings. And in here, we're going to start it in production mode. Now, what you could technically do is start it in test mode. I'm not going to worry about that. You could have two different projects. We're just going to get up and running from the start. And so we can just go ahead and click the create button, which is behind my head on the screen. And that is going to go ahead and provision our Cloud Firestore. Now, the way that the database works is you basically have collections and then you have documents within your collections, and it all amounts to what is essentially a NoSQL database, which is basically just like a glorified object or a JSON object. And what we're going to do in here is we're going to start a collection, and this is going to have the user ID of users. This is going to contain all of our users. In here, I'm just going to create a demo document with the ID of demo ID. Hit save, and now we have the collection and we have subsequent documents within the users. Now, when we go and save the data, what we can do is we can save it within users. We can have the user ID, and we can associate all of their data within this document. So it's pretty straightforward. The other thing we're going to do is quickly change some of the rules. Now, to have a secure database, what we're going to do is limit the read-write rules so that only a user can write to their user document. So essentially how that's going to work is we can keep a lot of this stuff. The first thing we're going to change is this one right here. And all we have to change is where we have /document. Basically, this is going to instead become /users. So we're just going to match the routes, basically. Match users / in here we can have a variable or receive a variable. It's going to be the user ID. And then what we want to do is for any subsequent documents. So we're going to allow for the documents, and that's going to be equal to any sub document. So that's going to give us access to the user ID, and we're going to say allowed read and write if, and in here we'll have some circular parentheses, and we'll say if request.authentication is not equal to null. So that means that the user has some form of authentication. They're logged in, their auth status exists. And so it's going to be the Boolean and conditional statement, the request.auth.uid, which comes from when, and basically a read or write request is made, matches the user ID. So that means this is the user ID here. So when the request is made, we're going to check the authentication status of that request, and we're going to ensure that they are writing specifically to their own document. And if those conditions are met, then we will allow the read and write conditions. So we're going to go ahead and publish those rules. So with that all done, we can come back over to data, and we are pretty much good to go. We've provisioned our Firebase services. So if we come back into our application, now we can go ahead and, if the user exists, fetch it from Firebase. And the way that we do that is first we start off by defining the document that we want to access. So in here, we're going to define a variable called docref and set that equal to a function called doc, which has to be imported from Firebase Firestore. And in here, what we do is we pass in the database. So that basically gets access to our Firebase database. And then we access specifically the users collection And the document that we want to access is the user, which we've received at the top of this authentication state here. It's the input. So if we have a user, we access their user information. If we don't, then we don't do any of this. And we're going to access their user ID, which is their unique ID. Now what we're going to do after that is we're going to get a snapshot of the actual information. So we've got the reference. Now we can say const doc snap is equal to await. This is asynchronous, so we've created the reference, and in here we just use the get doc function, which also needs to be imported up the top of our file, and in here we just pass in the doc ref. And that's going to collect all of our information. Now after that we're going to define a variable called Firebase data, and that's going to be equal to just a plain old object. And now we're going to create a conditional statement. So we're going to say if, and we're going to check if the doc snap exists. Now this is a method that we can call where basically we only fetch it if the document actually exists within our database. If it doesn't, then we don't do anything, and if it does, then we obviously do all of this. And basically, if the document does in fact exist, then we're just going to say Firebase data is equal to doc snap, and we're going to call the data method. That's going to access all of the data. And I'm also going to add in some console.logs here so that we can see what's happening. This is going to say found user data, and just up here I'm going to define one called fetching user data. So we can just really clearly see what's actually happening. And to be fair, in this one, I might actually console.log the Firebase data for the start. Now you don't want to keep this line in because it's just best that you don't go showing everything, but for the minute, just to see that everything's working, it could be beneficial to see it in our console. And just like that, we have pretty much created a system that whenever a user logs in or a page is reloaded, we're going to fetch their information and make sure it's all relevant and set it. The last thing we have to do is if we get it, we're going to set the user data object equal to the Firebase data. So that's going to access our data, and then it's going to set it to our context state that we can access from anywhere inside of our application. And just like that, we have pretty much everything we need for our authentication context. So with that, now what we can do is we can pass in the current user. I'm going to use the special syntax where you don't have to set the key value. If you just put the variable and the value is the same, then you can just do it in one. So we're going to have a key and a value of the current user. We're going to have the user data object. We're going to have sign up. We're going to have sign out. And we're going to have login in here. And these functions, or the data, or the information, or the states are going to be accessible from anywhere inside of our application. And one of them should obviously be logout, not sign out. The other one I'm going to pass in is also going to be loading. So we're going to manage that loading state. So that's pretty cool. And that is our auth context file done. Now the next thing we have to do is just wrap our entire application inside of the authentication context. And the place that we're going to do that is inside of our app layout, because this wraps also our entire application. So above, inside the HTML, above the body, we can just render out the auth provider, which is what we export, default export from our auth context. So if we look at our auth context, we return, well, this component is called auth provider. And now everything within that auth provider opening and closing tags becomes the children, which is once again our entire application on any sub-route. So all routes are going to be checked for authentication status. Now a question you might have is, why wouldn't we just add this to a sub-route, or only the routes that actually need to be authenticated? And the main reason is because when people come onto your landing page, if we're going to show up sign up button, but they're already logged in, it's much better to change that button to something that says go to dashboard. So it's good to authenticate users if they exist, or if they have their login information saved. Now, Firebase is absolutely wicked because it maintains a session token. So essentially, when you log in, if you refresh the page, it's not all lost. If you close the browser, you don't have to log in again. However, the token does expire for security reasons, so maybe after 30 days, it might eventually log you out. And that's all automatically happening thanks to Firebase. So that's just super convenient. It means that, when we open it a day later, we're immediately logged in and we don't have to re-authenticate every time we come to the application. So now we have our information. Let's actually get this sign up going. So I notice now that these buttons right here aren't functional. So we're actually just going to go through and start making everything polished and finalized. So they are inside of our hero section. So if we look at our components and come to the hero, here we have these buttons. Now what I'm going to do to make them functional is add a link tag. Now the link, once again, is the anchor tag. We need to import it from next link. It's a Next.js specific component. And I'm just going to wrap the button, and I'm going to give the link an href of /dashboard. So when they click it, they're going to be routed to the dashboard. And I'm going to do the exact same for the other one, set the href to dashboard. That's going to take us to the dashboard page where if we aren't logged in, it will ask us to register or to log in. So what that's going to look like now when I come to these pages, they are cursor friendly. And if I click them, it's going to route us to the home page. At least it would have. But right here, we're being told that we have an invalid API key. Now, I have a sneaky suspicion that is because I forgot something critical when we're using environment variables inside of Next.js. So right now, I'm using the Alt or Option key to multi-select. For Next.js to default automatically out of the box read environment variables, we have to add a prefix of next_public _ the name of the key. So in this case, it's going to just be the API key. So if we now go ahead and save that, these keys, if I refresh the page completely, should be working. So it's funny that they're not. I might try restarting the application. Let's see if that works. Environments, load in the environment variables. It's good to go. Let's refresh that page. Will it work for us? Fingers crossed. No, it's not. Now, because that's not working, what I'm going to do is actually just see if I can console.log anything from our environment variables. Console.log, let's see if we can console.log that value. Is anything coming out? It's undefined. So for some reason, the environment variables aren't being read in, and that's because I'm a silly Billy. We also have to add the next_public to the name of the environment variable. So if I save that, that should work. And just doing that seems to have fixed all the problems we were having. So now our authentication statuses will actually be run. And what I might even do is come back to the auth context. And when we have this auth state change, if there's no user, I'm going to add a further console and just say no user found. So now if I come to the console and we refresh the page, what's going to happen is in the background, we're going to run this authentication state check, and we should see no user found come up any minute. And so here we can see that no user was found, and that's actually awesome because it means that our Firebase app is working as intended. Now, while I'm also on this page, there's a few other things I just want to adjust quickly. Everything does feel pretty cramped. So what I'm going to do is come into the hero section and just increase the default gap to an 8. And then on a small screen, we'll go to a 10, and a medium screen, we might jump up to a 14, I think. So now if we refresh that, we can see that everything just gets a bit more spaced out, which I think is the look that we're looking for. Yeah, that's wicked. Much better. Maybe 14's a little bit large. The other thing I'm going to do is for the paragraph, we have set a max width. Okay, that's cool. I might stop it at a 10. So let's just get rid of the medium. We don't need the medium at all. We can just use the small breakpoint, so that's all good. And now when we click on the sign up or login button, that's going to redirect us to the dashboard, which is good. And one awesome thing to note is that our auth context, because we change page, it's clever. It doesn't automatically get rerun. So the context is maintained even as we navigate across pages. Whereas if we use the traditional anchor tag, that may not be the case. So the link is brilliant because our context is, maintained. So now that we're logged in, what we can do is actually start to create the default app. Now, how the data storage is going to work, let's just take a second to talk about data storage. What we're going to do is separate it into years. Well, actually, let's just define it. So if we come down to the README, I'm just going to have a fiddle in the README. And down the bottom, I'm just going to clear it out completely. What I'm going to do is define something called demo data. Now, when we're writing to a database and also just having our user data, it's important to understand in advance how you're going to store it so that it's all efficiently maintained and it's very easy to read and update, modify, create, update, delete, all those CRUD actions. So we're obviously, at the end of the day, we're taking in a score for every day of every month of every year. And if we look at our calendar, we display that on a month-by-month basis. And shortly we're going to add in little arrows that allow us to adjust the month that is being displayed. So what we're going to do is we're going to have data for the year. That's going to be an object that allows us to, and this is going to be dynamic. So this could be 2024. And then in here, what we're going to do is we're going to have the month, and that's going to be a further object, and that's going to have key values of all the days in the month. So this could be the first, and that might have a value of 4. And then, for our second value, we might have a value of 5. And then on the third of the month, we had a terrible thing happen, so that's a 1. So this is how our data is going to look. So that's pretty straightforward. Now we've already set up our user data object to be an object by default. And what I'm going to do is when we log in, I'm actually going to use a use effect inside of our dashboard. Now, one thing to note right here, we're about to use a use effect inside of our dashboard. And as we saw with the authentication context file, when we want to use these React hooks such as use state, we'll obviously need use state because our dashboard is very interactive. Likewise with use effect, we need them to be client components. Now for search engine optimization, if you want to have an efficient platform, it's really important that your hero sections and your page is server rendered. So it's a server component, and all of this is, which is really good. However, dashboards actually don't matter for search engine optimization at all. So it doesn't matter if this entire dashboard component is a client component, because all of it's hidden behind an authentication wall anyway. So we can import use client up the top, and then inside of the dashboard, what we can do is define some stateful variables in addition to the use effect. So we're going to import use effect, and we're going to import use state. And when this component is mounted or basically created, what we're going to do is read the context information and set it equal to the states, or basically initialize the stateful variables inside of this component. Now I know that's a lot to take in. We'll see exactly how it works in just a second. So what I'm going to do is up the top here, I'm going to destructure out the current user and the user data object from useAuth, which is a custom hook that we exported from our auth context file. So now we have access to this information. And currently, if we were just to read it this way, basically that wouldn't be reactive to our screen, or at least it would be harder to update. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to then have a use effect, which if we recall, takes a dependency array as the second argument, and it has a function up the top. That's the first argument. It's an arrow function, anonymous arrow function. And if the dependency array is empty, then this useEffect code runs on page load. And so in here, I'm going to say if not user, or current user more specifically, or not user data object. And what I'm actually going to do quickly is come back over to the auth context and actually just set the user data object to a default of null. So we'll change it on the logout, and we'll change the default use state values up here to null. And that is going to allow us to, inside of the dashboard, check whether or not we have a current user and user data. And essentially, if we don't have a current user and no data, then we can just return out of the useEffect and not worry about it. Now, currently, we're going to need to update the dependency array to search for when these values are basically changing. So essentially, whenever these values, these variables have new values or they change, this code block is going to get run. And if we do in fact find that we have a current user and we have the user data object, then we can initialize the state inside of our dashboard to basically match that. So what I can do in here is I can come up to the top. Currently, right now, I think inside of the dashboard, we probably have some fake data. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to define a user variable called data and set data, and that's going to be equal to use state, and we're going to give it a default value of maybe here we'll use an empty object. And now if we do in fact find that we have user data, so if we pass, this is known as a guard clause because it protects the code below, then we can say set data equal to user data object. And that's going to basically, when we complete the authentication, we'll check whether or not we have the user data. If we do, then we can update the state inside of this dashboard to render it out appropriately. And this only happens if we do actually have data to load in. So we've just essentially read the data from Firebase. Now with that data, what we can do in here is, we can calculate all of this stuff right here. So that's the first thing we can do. The main thing we actually need is the num days. So what I'm going to do in here is create a function called calculate values. And that's just going to, well, actually even better, it's going to be called count values, and that's going to count all the values in our data array. We'll define that shortly, and we can use that to calculate the information there. The other thing I'm going to do is pass in our data to our calendar. So we're going to pass in data as a property. We're going to define the property name, the prop name as data, and we're going to set it equal to a value of data. And I'm also going to pass in another function up here. We're going to define a secondary function, and this is going to be called handle update or handle set mood. And this is going to take the mood as an argument and basically update. So we're going to do two things in here. We're going to update the current state. Actually, there's three things. We're going to update the global state, and we're going to update Firebase. That just ensures that all of the information on the page is basically working properly and is up to date. So with that all done, we can pass this function into our calendar. We can basically just give it a key name equal to the name of the function. And then within the calendar, we can receive the data, and we can receive the handle set mood. So if we come into the calendar, we can tell it to expect the props. It already does. One of them is demo. We also have data, and we have handle set mood. And that's our function to update the data. Now, the one last thing I'm going to do is in here define some state as well. Now, it's okay if the calendar is a client component because it doesn't really add any search engine optimization to our home screen when we render it out on the hero section. But also, we need it to be stateful. And so even though this is going to be a client component and we use it in the hero, which is technically a search engine friendly page, since it doesn't really contribute anything, it's not really relevant. And the hero section will, for the most part, still be server rendered. It's just specifically this component that will be client rendered. And so from React, we can import use state, because we're going to need to manage the days. And whenever this component is created, what I'm going to do is get, somewhere in here we have to have now. So what I'm going to do is define a variable called now, or today. Today probably exists. I'm going to say now and set that equal to a new date like that. And this is going to have the default information when we create the month and the year, which people can go and select through. Now, technically, we only need the months because they should be able to scroll back through the years by going through the months. So what I'm going to do is have default month, or selected month is probably better. Selected month and set selected month, and that's equal to use state. And the default value for the selected month, I think if we get now, what we can do is we can access the current month. So the way that we do that, we can say const current month is equal to now dot get month, and that gets the month using the local time. And then we should be able to, from our months array, basically set that. So the use state is going to be equal to object.keys months. So that's going to return an array of keys, and we're going to access the index of the current month, which I think exists on a spectrum of 0 through 11. So we should actually be able to console.log selected month right here, and I'm just going to make it very clear by adding that to the front. And then when we console out the selected month, we should be able to see what the default is. So at the moment, it should come up saying July, and we can see that it does in fact figure out that it's July. So now we've got our selected month, and it's by default the current month when this component is loaded. However, there's a few other things that need to happen. One is that we actually are going to need to manage the year. Even if we scroll through the months, we will need a system that basically ticks over or tracks the year, or the selected year better said. So the selected year and set selected year, and we're going to set it equal to use state once again, and the default value is going to be now dot get full year. So that's going to get us the current year. And what I can actually do now is remove these two values. So wherever we have year and wherever we have month, we can swap them out for these variables. So here I have month. This can be selected month, selected month, selected month, selected month. Let's see, is it anywhere else? That seems to be it. And wherever we have year, let's go ahead and find the year. There's one. We'll first copy selected year. There's year, we'll swap it out for selected year. And that should just about do it. So if we save that, that shouldn't actually affect our component. However, now we see that the data is completely cleared. Now, because I'm actually importing this data right here, we can see that it's overwritten the variable data that I've defined above. So we could call this demo data, but we actually don't need to. And I think we defined a demo data inside of utils. No, we didn't. So what I might do for now is just move this demo data in here and just export it in the case that we need it later. So I'll export const demo data and save that. We don't need it inside of our main component. And I'm also going to create two functions. One's called increment or handle increment month. And the other one is, well, actually what I might do is give this a value. So this can be the val, and basically this can have a value of plus +1 or -1, depending on which way we want to go. So this can also decrement the value. And what it's going to do is if we hit the bounds of the months, then we can just adjust the year that is displayed instead. So that's pretty straightforward. With all that working, we have a display. Let's make our display fully functional. So we created this handle set mood function inside of our dashboard. Now this handle set mood, in addition to the mood, is also going to need the date, month, and year. So we're going to receive day, month, and year in addition to the mood. And that's going to allow us to set our data. Now the way that we can set the data is we have access to the user data object, but we also, in the context, allowed access to the set user data object. And that's the setter function for the state inside of our context. So here we have it. And we can see that inside of value, it's actually not provided. So we have to add in this function in there. And now, once again, inside of our dashboard, we can access the set user data object. And what we can do is we can say const current data is equal to, we're going to spread out the user data object. And this is in the wrong place. This should be down here. And I'm actually going to call this new data. So we're going to create a replica of our current user data. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say new data at the year, then access the month, and then access the day, and set that equal to mood. Now what I'm also going to do is just check that the year, month, and day actually exist. So I'm going to say if not new data, and then I'm going to use the optional chaining syntax because it will return undefined if it doesn't exist. And then I'm going to open that on a new line. And basically, if we don't have the current year inside of new data, then I'm just going to say new data year is equal to an empty object because it is an object. And then what I can do is I can say if not new data, and then we can do the same thing for the month. So if the month doesn't exist within the year object, then we can initialize that as well. We can say new data year month is equal to an object as well. And that's all we need to do to just ensure that we're not trying to write information, basically write the day when the month itself doesn't even exist. And the month is just going to be a numeric index. So this just ensures that if it's a completely new year, if it's a completely new month, we always have the data structure created. And now we have our new data. What we can go ahead and do is we can just update the basically the data storage. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say set user data object equal to new data. And that's going to update the context. So this is going to update the global state. In here, what I'm going to do is we have the data. So the first thing I'm going to do is set the current state. So I'm going to say set data equal to new data. And that way, and then the last thing I'm going to do is update Firebase. So to update Firebase, it's pretty straightforward. All we do is we say const response is equal to, and this is actually an asynchronous function. So what we're going to have to do is add an async in front of handle set mood. So it's an asynchronous function. And in here, I'm going to basically throw everything inside of a try catch block just for some error handling. So we're going to receive the error should we have one, and we can just console.log failed to set data. And then I'm going to have the colon and comma and say error.message so that we can console the message if we receive one. And then I can wrap all of this stuff inside of the try catch block. And then for the res, we can await, and we call a function called setDoc, which we have to import from Firestore. And in here, it's pretty straightforward. all we do is we have to access the user ref. So we say const user ref is equal to, well, actually, let's stay consistent. We'll use the doc ref is equal to doc. We need the doc function, which we'll have to import as well. And as we've done before, we access the database, so we'll need to import the database as well up the top. And then we access the users column, and we access the current user.uid, because that's a unique ID. That's the name of the document ID where that information is stored. And in here, we pass in the doc ref, and then comma separated, we have an object. And in here, what we can actually do is instead of the object, we can just pass in new data. And so we can just write new data directly. But that's actually not as efficient as it could be. So what we're going to do instead is have a new object. And in here, what we're going to do is target the year. And then in here, we're going to target the month. And in here, we're going to target the day and have the mood as the value. And each of these needs to be a dynamic variable. So I'm going to select them and wrap them inside of these square brackets so that the variable takes the place as the key. Now, the one issue with this code currently as we have it is that if we set this, it's going to basically overwrite all the other data. And for example, our year is just going to be empty except with this 1 month. So what we can do in here is we can pass a third argument, and that can just say merge is equal to true. And it's going to merge this information with the current basically data that we have inside of Firebase. And that's going to also reduce the amount of data that we have to read and write every time we do it. So that should be super efficient. And that's all we need to handle set mood. And now what we can do is come into the calendar, and we can turn all of these divs into buttons. Well, actually, no, it's the button is not in the calendar, it's up here. So what we're going to do is have these buttons set the date, so we can access that information very easily. What we're going to do is come up to the dashboard, because this is all on the dashboard. Here we have our button. This is going to have an on click, and that's going to be equal to handle set mood. And I think in this case, what we might even do is just define the information in here. So instead of receiving them as arguments, we can just have them as variables, although we will have to receive the mood. So what I'm going to do is say const now is equal to new date. We're going to get the date, and then for the year, month, and day, we're going to access them. We're not going to allow people to change their moods on different days. So they have to do it every single day. That's how they create a streak. They're only going to be able to set it for today, but they can change it and update it for today. So we're getting the mood, and we're going to define these variables, let day. So we're going to say const day is equal to now.getDate. That's going to get the current date. We're going to say const month is equal to now.getMonth. And we're going to say const year is equal to now.getFullYear. And that's going to give us all the information we need to actually set the mood. Now the mood is received as an argument. And so what we're going to do is come down to our button. Here's the button right here. I added the on click. Since it's going to receive an input, which is the mood, we're going to have to pass in an arrow function and actually call it right here. So let's have a look. Let's have a think. So we're getting the index. We're going to use the index scale. So it's going to be on a scale from 0 to 4. And in this case, or is it actually going to be 1 to 5? Let's have a look at our data. So it looks like in here, the values exist on a scale from 1 through 5. So we have 5 buttons. So the index is from a 0th index. So what we'll need to do inside of the dashboard is just say const current mood value is equal to the mood index. It's the index of the button plus 1. And then all we have to do, because the buttons should be in order, which they are, So that's going to get us the value on a scale from 1 to 5, as we just say, we call the function handle set mood and we pass in the current mood value. And that should set the current data in addition to setting it to Firebase. Now, one thing that we really haven't done, which will cause everything to break, is protected our application. So if we come into the dashboard page up here, we can see that is authenticated isn't actually working. So we're going to have to update this. And what we'll do is we'll say const, and we're going to destructure out the current user from the useAuth context hook. We'll also need the loading state. And we're going to render out, legitimately check whether or not this stuff exists. So in here we can say if the current user, that basically just ensures that they're authenticated, then we can access the dashboard. The one other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to have a state that says if loading. Now loading is when we're fetching the user information. And what I'm going to do is create a component, and it's going to be called loading.js. We're going to use the RFC trick to create it. And just like in the login here, I have something that centers everything. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this div into loading, paste it in here, close the string, close the div, and in here what I'm going to do is get an icon. So if I come over to fontawesome.com, we'll get some of their icons. I'm going to look up the loading icon. And if we look at the free ones, we should see the spinner. I'm going to go ahead and copy the spinner icon. Copy that icon, and I'm going to paste it in here. Update class equal to class name, because you have to do that in React. You can't have class equals. And I'm going to give it the class animate spin and a text 5 extra large, maybe a 4XL, and then on a small screen text 5XL. And what this is going to do is if we're in the dashboard and if loading is true and we don't have a current user, we'll show the loading screen instead of the login screen. And that's just going to give the user a bit more feedback. So we can now access that component, we can import it, and we can render it depending on whether or not loading is actually true. So just like that, if loading, this is the wrong syntax, this should be curly braces, and in here, inside the curly braces, then what we do is we say children is equal to. So I'm just going to go ahead and move that into that bracket right there. So now, basically, if we're loading, we should show a loading state, and that should all work. It looks like we might be having an issue. Let's come have a look. So there is an issue, and the issue is useAuth. So I don't know. useAuth is imported. useAuth is not a function. And so that has created an issue because that needs some state. So what I'm actually going to do instead is move this logic to the actual dashboard. So that's pretty easy. I'm just going to copy all of it, save the dashboard, and when we come over to the dashboard here, what we're going to do is add it down the bottom. So I'm just going to paste this in. We get access to, we'll have to import these different components. So we'll have to import the login and the loading component. And we'll also have to make sure that when we access the information here, we'll have to destructure loading out of useAuth as well. And so we're just going to have a protective board where basically if this use effect is still totally fine, we just need to render out different things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually turn these into guard clauses. I'm going to say if not current user, what I'm going to do is return out the login component, and we're going to structure them, and we're going to say if loading, then I'm going to return, how did I do that? Yeah, then we're going to return loading. And I think just by moving this code to the way that we have it here, and then I can remove this children stuff, that should allow us to access that information. So now if I go ahead and save it, let's see what we're looking at. Looks like we're still getting a server error. Children is not defined inside of main. Where am I dealing with children? Let's go back to the dashboard. Children is not defined, and that's because it should just be changed to the dashboard component, which I think is imported up the top. So if we make those adjustments, technically what I could have done is just turn this into a client component, but if we want to have the metadata set, then it still needs to be a server component, and what we render out can just be a client component instead. So now we have the dashboard, and here we have the loading screen because everything is currently loading. And that is actually so funny. I just realized that this whole time I had been throttling my network to a slow 3G. This has been so painful. So I just disabled it, and now it's as fast as it should be, which is so silly. But with that all solved, what we're going to do now is quickly just actually get this authentication form working. But we can see if I refresh the page, it quickly goes to a loading state, and then it displays. Now it looks like the icon is actually not coming up on the screen. So let's give that a text slate 800 and see what's happening. Not a lot, but it seems to be working as we would expect. So now inside of the login screen, let's do this first. So the first thing we're going to do is turn this into a client component because we're going to need use state to manage the form. So this is going to be use client. Now that allows us to, from React, we can destructure out the use state React hook. And finally, what I can do is I can say const email and set email is equal to use state, and that can be default an empty string. And we can do the same for a password, and set password is equal to use state, and that can also be an empty string. And now we can wire these values to the inputs. So for this input, it's going to have a value of email, and we're also going to have an onChange listener where this takes an arrow function that receives an event, and in here we set the email. We call the set state equal to e.target.value, and then I can go ahead and pretty much copy that logic for our second input, which is going to be the password. So I'm going to paste that in as an attribute. The value is the password, and the onChange is actually just set password. And now in here we can have an asynchronous function which is called handle submit. Now this is going to be an interesting function because we have a third state that we also need to manage, which is register. And so we'll have the set is register state that's equal to use state, and we're going to set it equal to false for now. And this is going to allow the user to toggle between the sign up and registration screens. So up here where we have this text, what I'm going to do is actually wrap it inside of some circular braces and turn it into a string, and I'm going to say is register. If it is, then I'm going to say register, if I can spell it correctly. Otherwise, I'm going to say login. So that's going to be pretty nice. And the other thing I'm going to do is also come down here where I have this account, and this says don't have an account, sign up. And I'm going to change this span to a button because it's going to toggle that state. So we're going to have an on-click event, and that's going to say set is register equal to not the value of is register. So if we're currently registering, then it's going to swap it to the login. And this text can also have a dynamic state, so we're going to turn that into a string. If is register is true, we'll use the question mark one line conditional statement. If is register is true, then we're going to say sign in. Otherwise, it's going to say sign up. And likewise, we'll also have to do this with this text right here. So I'll wrap that in the squiggly braces because it's JavaScript inside of a string. I'm going to say is register. If it's true, we're going to say already have an account ? So now if we come to the login screen, it says don't have an account. Notice here how because we put it in a string, we can now use the original apostrophe. So that's one extra benefit. However, you'll have to escape it using the \. So now with that, we have login. And if I click on that, it takes us to the register back and forth. So that's pretty hunky-dory. And I notice somewhere wherever we have the button, don't have an account space, we need a space after that. Now, the other thing we have to do is when we have this handle submit, a few things have to happen. First is if there's no email or there's no password or password.length is less than 6 characters long, we want to return out and we're going to escape it. If that's not the case, then we need to check if is register. Then what we can do is we can console.log signing up a new user. Otherwise, we can have an else condition, and that means that we're going to, in here, log in a user. So we can say logging in existing user. Now, a couple of things are going to happen in here. We're actually going to put this inside of a try catch block. Catch the error, and we're going to copy these 2 lines into the try block. Now, an extra step that you could take in this project that I would encourage you to do is, for now, we're just going to console.log the error.message. But it's a perfect level challenge for you to, when you get this error message, see if you could create an error state. Create like a little, this is once you finish the project, you could add this in. Create an error state where if there's an error, you could actually inform the user as to what the error is, and you'll be able to access that because when we try call these functions, we have an asynchronous function here. If we're is registering, we can say await sign. What's the context called? What do we call it? It's called sign up. Let's access sign up inside of our login. So in here, we're going to await sign up. We have to make sure that gets imported. So we'll need to import that using the useAuth hook. So we can say const sign up, and we can also import login is equal to useAuth, access them from our context, make sure we call that custom hook, and we can import here and we can just pass in the email and the password. And then if they're not registering, we can await the login with the email and the password. And they're asynchronous, so we do have to await them. And the one extra that we can add onto that inside of our login component is we're going to set authenticating equal to true here. And then finally, at the bottom, we're going to set authenticating false. And this is a state that we don't yet have. So up here, we're going to create one more. It's going to say const authenticating and set authenticating. And that's equal to use state. And that's going to be false by default. So now what we can do is when we are authenticating, we can come down to our button text, which says submit. And we can actually change that so it's dynamic. Check if we're authenticating. If we are, we can say submitting, and otherwise we're just submit. So that way the user understands that something's actually happening. So now that should authenticate our user. The other thing you could do is add in some regex to check that the email is in fact an email. Or you could just handle it with this error state right here. And now when we assign this handle submit to our button, this, if we look at the button, it receives, what does it receive? It receives an on-click event. So we're actually going to have to define this. So we're going to say on-click, and this is going to be called, let's just call it click handler. That's going to be the name. So we're going to have to receive this as a property of our default or our custom button. And now when I'm inside of my login screen and we have our custom button, we can pass that prop in and set that equal to handle submit. So that is very exciting. That's pretty much our authentication state done. And now we should be able to sign up an account. I'm going to call this test@test.com. I'm going to give it a password of hello. Let's go hello world 123. That's nice and pretty. And now when I hit submit, it's submitting and we are logged in. So that literally worked. And now I should be able to come to authentication inside of Firebase and see that that test user is actually created. We have a user ID. Currently we have no data, but soon we will have data. But now if I refresh my page, we can see that it goes to the loading screen and then it actually renders out this. And one thing I'm just going to do, for some reason this icon just is not behaving for us. Let's just add loading ... here. And we should see that come up. So loading comes up, but not the spinner. I wonder why the spinner is not coming up. FA spinner, animate spin. And I know exactly why that's not working for us, because I'm a Muppet. So basically what we're going to do is learn how we can add Font Awesome icons to our project. Now the way that we're going to do that is by inside of our app level directory, we're going to create a new file, and this is a reserved file name called head.js. Now head, we're going to RFC that component, update this so it says capital HEAD. And essentially how this is going to work is it's going to return the head of our entire page. And this allows us to add meta scripts or link them. And so what we can do is we can say script, well actually even better than that, we can now come over to Font Awesome CDN 6.0. This will be linked in the description down below. Font Awesome is an icon package. We can copy this top link and we can go ahead and simply just paste it in there, just like that, nice and simple. And now we can go back into our layout, and just above the auth provider, we can render out head from our component. So you want to make sure that you're actually getting the correct import just here. So it's this one, the .head, and that should say .head, not .header. Did that work as expected? No. Did I call it header? It should just be head. Sorry, that should be a capitalized head, not header. And now when we come back into our layout, we can update this to say head, and that's what we can have rendered out on our screen. And that's going to import this Font Awesome CDN, which means we can come over to Font Awesome Icons, which is linked in the description down below, copy the icon, and now that should be working inside of our application. And if we come back to the login component, where is it? Components. It would actually be the dashboard. This loading component, and here we can remove that text. And now refresh the page. Loading icon, look at that. We got an error. That's fine. We can deal with errors. The error is there was an error whilst hydrating. That's what it is. So the other thing we have to do is come back in here, and these should be camel case. So cross origin and referrer policy just need to be updated to camel case. But now we get a little loading state as we're authenticating, and we fetch the user data, and Bob's your uncle, and we can see that today is the 12th of July, and our calendar is working perfectly. So with that done, I clicked a button. Did that set some information? Because technically, I think that we actually have, in fact, assigned that button. So everything just here should have run, and I didn't catch any errors. So theoretically, we just set our document. So if we come back to here and come into our Firebase Firestore and go ahead and look at the database, in the users, we have a user input for 2024, the 6th month. Well, it's actually the 7th month because it's 0 index, and we have the data tracked. So that is working perfectly. And now what I can do is I can just make sure that the data displayed in the calendar, we're accessing the data, and I'm going to change this slightly. I'm going to say complete data. And the reason I'm going to do that is because the calendar only wants the data for that month. So when we come to the dashboard, I'm going to pass in the complete data as data. This might get a bit confusing, and then the data inside the calendar component is going to be specifically for the month. So I'm going to say const data is equal to, and just here, this is going to be a variable, and it's dependent on the selected month and the selected year and the and that's pretty much it. So we're going to say data is equal to complete data at the, and I'm going to make it secure using the chaining, optional chaining, and that's going to be the selected year, and then we're going to get the selected month. So if that exists, then we'll display it. And so now if we come back to our application, we get an issue because cannot use in to search for one in undefined. So let's see where that showed up. That cropped up on calendar line 57. So right here, we are checking for information that doesn't necessarily exist. So day index in data. That means that all we need to do up here is, currently we don't have any data for this day. So we just need to back it up. In the case where we have nothing, make it a default object. And I could actually console.log this value right here, and we'll see that that's undefined. So if I just add some information here, I'll call it this month's data. And we can see exactly what we're looking at. So now when I save that, reload the page, we can see that we have this month's data is undefined, and here we have our object. And this is actually a bit interesting because technically it should be defined. So let's just see where that's going wrong. The issue I think that we're having is that the selected year, or will it be the selected month? Let's just, I think the issue that we're having is we actually need to get the index of the month. So the way that we're going to do that is just define another variable. This is going to be const numeric month is going to be equal to object.keys months. We're going to get an array of all the months, and we're going to get the index of the selected month. And then if I update that so it's the numeric month, that should read the information properly. And so we can see that the data here was set for this day, and I should be able to change it, and we can see all the different options. And now when I refresh that, it stays the same. And then if I update it, that's updated, refresh the page, and that information is completely persisted. The other thing I want to do is for the buttons, I want them, actually I think that's brilliant. So what we could also do is change some information. So what I'm going to do here is add another field, and I'll call that 5, and I'll set that equal to a map. And in here, that's going to have the date, which could be the 7th, and that's going to have a number of 4. So I'm just going to add in some extra information. So here we've got, oh, no, that should be deleted. I think I made a mistake here. So we'll delete that quickly, delete that field. That's not good. 5. What have I done? Let's delete that as well. So we've got the 12th. Let's just add the 5th. No, we'll go for the 9th. Sorry, I'm all over the place. 9. Come on, keyboard, you can do it. 9 has a value, a number associated of 4. So on the 9th, we'll have a value of 4. So that should work. So now when I refresh my page, on the 9th, we should see there's a saved value. And now every day that we go forward, we can continually track the moods for the current day. So we can see that the current day is the 12th. It's selected by that little outline. And on the 9th, we set this, this mood. Now all we have to do is change the month selectors and add some placeholder stats. So the way that we're going to do that is by coming back into the dashboard, and somewhere in here we defined a function that's count the values. This is what we're going to do first, and this is going to basically count all the different values that we currently have, and I'm going to say let num days, sounds like we have that somewhere, let some total number of days equal to 0, and I'm going to also get the average mood. So we'll say let average, so we're going to actually have to sum the moods to calculate the average, and we'll set that equal to 0. And now I'm just going to loop over everything inside of data. So I'm going to say const and actually this information is displayed in the header, so I might have to adjust this to the header. So what I'm going to do is copy this function, and I'm going to move it into the layout where we have the header, but that's not going to work because we can't have a client header, although we can be smarter than that. So what I'll do is create a header.js component, and this, no, actually. So we're going to have to be a little bit smarter, and what I've decided to do is I'm going to move this information. So the header is just going to have that as it is, and I'm going to bring in the stats just in here, and we can have a little stats bar. So we've got this one right here, we've got the time remaining for the day, and we've got that. And then maybe what we do is we just have 2 rows of it, I think, is probably the best strategy. So I'm going to undo what I did in this component and bring that function back. We will need that. And I'm going to make a minor adjustment to our statuses right here, because I think this is what we're modifying. Where is statuses? Here. So let's add them all in. We've got the number of days. Let's have the average. Well, actually, let's just get rid of date. We don't even need it. Let's just move it. We'll have average mood, and we'll have the time remaining. Now, the time remaining, the way that we're going to calculate that is by getting the number of hours in the day. So we're going to say now dot, well, actually, let's make it a template literal string. So we will say now dot get hours. Let's just try that. And then I'll have this, and then I'll have now.get minutes. Let's just see what that gives us for time remaining. So that gave us a big bad error. Now is not defined. Right. For some reason I thought we defined now up here. Function. Oh, that's inside the mood. Right. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll move now so that it's generally defined within our component. I think is the best strategy. So now it's just going to be defined up the top here. It's just a default value. We don't really have to do anything with it. So now should exist. We have the loading screen. That's cool. So we've got the time remaining. So it's currently 6:12. So all we have to do is do 24 minus the number of hours. So here it's going to be 24 minus that. And then the minutes is going to be 60 minus that. And I think that it might actually have to be 23, because if we've got minutes in. So this suggests that I have 5 hours and 48 minutes left to contribute that. So what I'll actually do is change this from a colon to an H space, and then this one is going to have an M after it. So that's going to tell them 5 hours and 47 minutes left to, you know, get your stuff together and actually leave an input. So that's all done. We've got the current. Now we need to calculate the average mood and the number of days. So the other thing I want to do while we're here is this is currently uppercase, and I just don't think it should be uppercase. I want to capitalize it like so. So now if we capitalize it, that looks infinitely better. Average mood and time remaining. So now we can get back to what we were doing, which is actually having this function that does everything. And we're just going to have a simple for loop. So I'm going to say let for, and I'm going to basically go over our entire data. So I'm going to say let year in data, and then I'm going to say for let month in data at the year, and then I'm going to say for let day in data year month. That's going to get the day, and then I can say let days mood equal to data at the year, at the month, at the day, and then I can say total number of days plus plus increment that value, and I can say sum moods plus equal to the day's mood. So now count values needs to be, we can actually set, where's our statuses? Since this is set up here, I'm actually going to move this up here. So this can go right underneath our little function here, statuses. And the average mood is going to be, let's think about this. Maybe what I do is I can return two things. I can return num days is set equal to the total number of days, and we can have the average mood be set equal to the sum of moods divided by the total number of days. And then what I can do is I can be extra clever, and instead of having these two here, I can destructure or spread, for lack of a better word, count, and then I can count the values and call that as a function, spread out these returned values, and now that should be displayed on our screen. So here the average mood is 2.5, which makes sense. That's a 4, that's a 1, I suppose, and the number of days is 2. So that works perfectly. And what I'm also going to do is for number of days, just in here, I'm going to have something a little extra on the end. If status is equal to num days question mark, then I'm going to have a string, otherwise I'm going to have an empty string, and in here I'm going to have the flame emoji because I'm a sucker for emojis. So now if I add in that flame, save that, we should see for the streak we get num days as 2, so that's nice and hot, which I just think is, you know, a bit more interesting, and we can probably add a space in there to spread them out. That's the number of days. For the average mood, we could, yeah, I think that's more than adequately, and we've got the time remaining for the rest of the day. So that is wicked. Now we've got created with, we've got all that good stuff, we've got our little application, and we can now track the moods for all the different days. So the next thing we need is to navigate between the months. Now the way that I'm going to do that is just above the calendar. This is where it's all happening. We've got a function in here where we can increment the month value. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say if selected month, that should be, is the selected month the numeric value? We're going to get the numeric value. We want to see what the numeric answer is. And if it's less than, let's plus val, and if it goes below 0, then what we want to do is set the month value equal to 11 and decrement the year. Otherwise, what we want to do is we'll add an else if numeric month plus the val is greater than 11. So basically, if we're going out of bounds, then we want to set month val equal to 0 and increment the year. And otherwise, we want to just perform the operation. So in this case, it would just be set selected month equal to months. How's this going to work? We're going to have to access the months. What I'm going to actually do at this point is just create an array of months. Const months r is equal to object.keys months. So that's going to make our life a lot easier. And then wherever we get all the object keys of months, I can just swap that out. The months array. So that's more straightforward. And in here, what I can do is I can get the months are, and I can access the value at numeric month plus the val. So the val is going to be either +1 or -1, depending on whether or not we're going up or down a month. So in here, if this means that we increment the year. So this is going to be set year, or set selected year. Surely it's set selected year equal to the current value. Now we can actually pass in an arrow function inside of our set of things to get the current value. So that's just going to be current +1. And in this case, it's going to be the month is going to be the value at 0. So we'll say set selected month equal to the months array at the 0th index. And then I can just copy this code right here, paste it in this version. And in this case, we can just subtract 1, and I can set it at the months array.length -1 to access the last month. So that should work for our handle increment month. Now what I'm going to do is come down into our code, and just above the calendar, well, it is the calendar. Currently here it's a flexible column and a gap of 1. I'm actually going to go ahead and wrap this whole thing in a div. Now the reason I'm doing that is because I'm going to display the current month above everything. So I'm going to scroll up, and this is going to have a class of flex col, and a gap of 4 instead. And then in here I'm going to have a class of grid cols 3 and a gap of 4. And the reason I'm going to do that is because that's going to have a button here. This is going to have an arrow. In the middle, I'm going to have a paragraph. And then I'm going to have a button at the far hand side. And this is going to have a class of text center. And we're going to have the selected month smack bang in the middle. This is going to be capitalized. And then this button is going to have the chevron. Let's see if we can find the left chevron. Is that going to come up? Here it is. To be fair, this is probably a bit clearer. So I'm going to copy this left chevron button, paste that in here, make sure I update the class name. And I'm going to do the same with the other button, except that's going to be the right button. So I can just change this class to say right. And we'll have to make sure that that also has a class name. And now the other thing I'm going to do for this button is just give it a margin left of auto, and that's going to push it to the far hand side. So now we can see we have this display right here where the first button needs to have a class of ML auto, and that's going to, oh nope, sorry, that's meant to be MR. Save that, and now that's on the far right hand side, and we've got the month in the middle. Now what I want, I might bring this down to a gap of 2, and I'm going to update this text in the middle so that it has the class of fugaz. So we'll plus on fugaz, which I don't think is imported in here. So let's go to somewhere where it is, the button. And I'm now going to paste that up the top. We'll make sure that we import that font, fugaz1. And then where we have fugaz, we can go fugaz.className. And I'm also going to give it our text gradient. So that should look nice and pretty in the middle. It's currently July, and then I'm going to change the color of these two buttons. So they both have a class to text. Let's say indigo 400. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that's pretty cute. I'm also going to boost up their sizes, so they're going to have a text large, small, text extra large, and I'm going to give them a duration of 200 and a hover state of opacity 60. So now when we hover over them, they go a bit lighter. And now we can add the on-click event to both of them. So that's going to be on-click. and that's going to be an arrow function where in here we can say handle increment month, and the first one's going to have a value of -1, and this one's going to have a value of +1. And so now, if I change that, we get an error because I've obviously made a mistake. V is not defined, and that is handle increment month, line 32. So it would appear that in here, I have something called V. Line 32, plus vel. That should be plus vel. Have I made the mistake twice? No, I didn't. So let's try that once more. And now we can see the months change. And you also get our super great calendar. So that's absolutely wicked. And we can kind of scroll through the different months. Let's see what happens. Oh, GG. So the month selected did not work. And I think that's because I can't spell month for my life. So let's try that again. So we're loading all the information in. Let's go back to the start of the year, February, January, and then it goes back to the previous year. And so what I might also do is just where we have the month display, I'm going to have a comma, and then I'm going to have the selected year. So that way we can see 2023, 2022, so on and so forth, and we can come back to the current day, which is, super cool. And it's, mega responsive. Everything looks clean as. We can still go through and have everything fully functional. And if I set the current day, for some reason it seems that we have lost some information. So that's still there. If I come back, that's still there. July. Oh, that seems to be working. One other thing I'm going to do is just also give this paragraph a text of white space, no wrap. And that's going to stop it from breaking onto 2 lines. So that seems to cut it off, which is kind of weird. Maybe what I'll do is I'll make this a grid col 5. And we'll give this middle one a col span 3. Because these exterior ones don't really need any special case. But now, for example, if we change this to elated, that goes up. And our average goes up to 4.5 as well. So that's super cool. We can calculate the gradients and everything. So that is looking super hot flash. We've got all the stats. We've got a working calendar. We can go between the dates. We've got a home screen where you can see exactly what's going on. They can obviously go through the months, which is kind of fun, to be honest, with all the fake data, and it just changes how it displays. Now what we want to do is just change these buttons so that if there is a current user, it just says one that says go to dashboard. And so that's inside of the hero section. Here we have these buttons, and so what I'm going to do is create a component, and this is going to be call to action.js. I'm going to RFC that, and the reason I'm going to do that is because this is a client component. So I'm going to say use client, and in here where we have the hero, I'm just going to copy this whole section with these links and instead just render out call to action. And now this, I can paste in these components, make sure I import everything. So I'm going to have to import the link and the button components. And now because it's a use client component, I can access our const current user from the use authentication hook. And with that, our screen should look exactly the same. Did I import call to action? I did. Everything's all good. But now what I can do is if I do in fact have a current user, I can say if current user, then I can just return a div that has a class of mx auto, and in here I can just have a separate button. It's still going to be pretty equivalent and take us to the dashboard, but it's just going to be one button, and I might actually give it a max width of 600 pixels, an mx of auto, and a width of full, and then this can say go to dashboard. dashboard. Just like that. So that's our little call to action. And now if we come to the home screen, here we have go to dashboard. The MX Auto doesn't seem to be behaving for what, no, it's because our button needs to be wider. So if we look into the button, we have a style called full. And so for our call to action, this button just needs to have the property full, and now it occupies that full width. So here on our home screen, we have that little go to dashboard button. And I might also make it the dark version. I think the dark looks better on the screen. So now we have go to dashboard. We've got our beautiful application. We've got the landing page. Since we're already logged in, we can come to the dashboard. We're authenticated, and we can have all this good stuff happen. Fully responsive, everything stays nicely within the screen, and we can start tracking our moods on a daily basis. We've got all the different statuses and everything. Looks cool. And we have 5.5 hours left to make the decision. Now with that done, we are actually at a point where we can go ahead and deploy our application live to the internet. And the way that we're going to do that is by, well, actually the last thing I might just do quickly, we've got to give the people a way to log out. So what I'm going to do is just come into the dashboard, and down the very bottom underneath this, I'm going to have a div that has a class of MR. Wow, how do I want to do this? I know how I want to do it. And I'm just going to go ahead and create a component called logout for this. This is going to have an RFC, and all it's going to be is our special button, our big old button right here. And it's going to have text equal to logout. Pretty straightforward. And it's going to have a click handler equal to, and this is going to be a use client component because we have some client-side stuff. And in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say logout is equal to the use auth hook. And then I can just assign logout to the click handler. And now inside of our header, what that lets me do, if I go into the layout, is I can actually have this. So this is going to say log out from the components, import that. And the one other thing I'm going to do is just say if we don't have a current user, if not current user, which we haven't imported, then I'm just going to return null. And then I can add current user in here. So with that done, what I can do, well, that's a bit weird, isn't it? We don't want a logout screen on the home page. So what I might also do in this component is just make it so that if we are on the home screen, it's going to say go to dashboard. So we can be a bit clever, and we can say use path name, and we can import that from Next.js. And down here, I can say const path name is equal to use path name. Call that hook, and that's going to let me access the current value of the path name. So what that means is that I can say if there's no current user, return null. If there is a current user and we have a path name, so if path name is equal to dashboard, I'm not sure if it's /dashboard, but we'll find out in a second. I might just console.log. I have already console.logged it. Then what I can do is I can return a link. We can import the link from next link that can have an href of the dashboard, which is fine. And then I can have the button, and that can have text equal to go to dashboard, like so. And that just means that if we are, in fact, on the, no, actually, if the path name is the /, that's what we want. So if the path name is the home route, then it's going to say go to dashboard, and it will navigate us to the dashboard, theoretically. And if we're in the dashboard, sorry, this link needs to go to the dashboard. I had it the wrong way around. So now if we go to the dashboard, then we get the logout in here and vice versa, and then we can sign in and this was hello world 123. And now if I submit that, it's submitting, it's logging us in, and we have all of our data once again. We have the log out, we have the go to dashboard sign, and Bob's your uncle. Now I recognize that was a little bit convoluted, but we got there eventually. Now there's a lot extra you could add to this application. For example, a mood journal for every single day. You know, if you were in the dashboard, they can additionally have like a sentence of how they feel today, and you could have it as like a little note emoji. And that is my challenge to you. If you really want to get comfortable with Next.js and full stack development, then build something from this. This is the framework. You can do loads with this. But with that all said, it's time to deploy our application. Now we're going to do this through GitHub. So if you don't have a GitHub account, you will need to create one. It's super straightforward. And you'll also need either Git or the Git desktop. I'm going to use the Git desktop application. It's pretty straightforward. It looks a little bit like this, and you can download it if you look up GitHub desktop right here. This will also be linked in the description down below, but you just download this application. It looks like this once you've configured it for your GitHub. And we're going to click here and click add and hit add existing repo, choose, and we're going to choose Brutal. Now what we're going to do is hit this open button behind my head on the screen, and we'll click add repository, and it's going to have all of our code. Notice in here we have the +env, and if we scroll down, we don't see any env file in here, which means that it's not getting uploaded to GitHub, which is perfect. So I'm just going to give this a little comment that's going to be called complete code, commit that to the main, and publish to the repo. Now I'm going to make this code public because this is the Next.js and Firebase full course, which is super cool. So now what I can go ahead is and publish this course. That's going to be pushed to the internet. And that's also what you will have looked at if you have gone and checked out the GitHub code. So now if I come over to GitHub, we can come over to my profile and look at this project, Brutal. Once again, if you haven't started yet, super appreciate it if you can start the repo. I'll be the first. And now, once again, we can't see any secure files in here, which is brilliant. There's no .env file. And what we can now do is come over to, we're going to deploy this with Netlify. Now, if you don't have a Netlify account, this will be linked in the description down below. You'll want to log in, and I log in with my GitHub account, so they're always connected. And now what I can do is I can click add new site, import existing project, import it from GitHub, configure basically that authentication status. And what I'll now do is configure the app on GitHub. And the reason I do this is because you'll need to scroll down and select which repos are available for Netlify to look at. And now we can look up Brutal. We can save that so that Netlify has access to it. And now in here, we'll be able to scroll down, find it, select it, and we can go ahead and add some environment variables. Now this part is critical because you will need to add these environment variables exactly as you added them to your .env file. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. And then once you've gone ahead and added those all in, the key name and the variable name, the key and the value, or the environment variable name and its associated value, you can hit deploy, and it's going to recognize automatically that it's a Next.js project, and it's going to go ahead and help us deploy it to the internet. Now that might take a minute, but while it's doing that, what we can do is come over to domain management, and here they will have given us a default domain. Now you can use this link once the project is deployed to share it with absolutely anyone around the world. We're going to go ahead and go to options and change it. And I'm going to steal the OG Brutal URL. You'll need to have a custom one because I've already taken this, so it could be brutal-your name or whatever you've chosen to call your application. So now I'm going to save the name Brutal. That's going to be my site name. And the cool thing about deploying it via Netlify through GitHub is now whenever we commit those changes to GitHub, our app will automatically be deployed, and it's all free on Netlify's free tier. So that's super cool. And we come back here and we can see that it's still just building our application. you can actually have a look at the logs, but you know, it's recognized that it's a Next.js site, so that's pretty cool. And it's just, once again, building everything, building all the pages, and it's making it so that it's all server rendered so that it is pretty search engine optimized. Now it looks like that is all done, so what we can go ahead and do is open up the production deploy, and it's our default home screen. I'm just going to zoom out a little bit. Nothing is there. We have the months that you can fiddle with just like that. That's super cool. And now what I'm going to go ahead and do is log in. This login page should be exactly the same as, the authentication that you use here, since we're using the same exact app, should be equivalent to what we were using in our test app. So here I can just have test@test.com, hello world 123, submit that. It's submitting, and it's going to authenticate us and log us into the home screen, and we have all of our data deployed and live to the internet. And just like that, we have finished our complete Next.js project with Firebase. It's got authentication, it's got database, it's responsive. It holds the authentication session, it's super responsive. We have a landing page for it on the home page. You know, we've got all our links, and yeah, it's just an absolutely wicked project all around. So congratulations to you for coming this far. I hope you feel a bit more confident inside of the Next.js development environment, specifically with Firebase. There is so much more that you could go on and add to this. This should have the fundamentals all covered, so basically everything you do in future is just a variation of what we've already done. So there's plenty of examples to take it to the next step. And slam this bad boy inside of your web development portfolio. This is how you get hired with projects like this. It's literally this kind of project that got me my job in the first place. So thank you guys so much for watching the video. If you've enjoyed, once again, don't forget to smash the like and subscribe buttons. If you want to support the channel even more, you can become a channel member, and yeah, start the repo on GitHub. Thank you guys so much. With that all said, well done on the project, well done on Next.js, and I'll catch you later. Peace. Learning to code? If so, be sure to check out the Learn to Code roadmap or dive straight in with these videos. That's a good one.